Yo, what's poppin', everyone? We're back at it again with some more, The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. I think what we did last time is we did like a bit of the trial. A good portion of it. And, after some, crafty, deducing, we found out that the guy before was maybe perhaps the guy who killed Biggie Cheese, whatever the fuck his name was. Fucking, I don't remember. Anyways, now we're calling him into court. We're sending him a subpoena. Whatever his fucking name was. This guy, Edgar Benedict. And Pop Windbank. Pop Windbank. Alright. Yummers. Gina, are you holding up? I'm starting to feel quite warmly towards her frequent cold shoulders now. Masochist.
Jenny! Are you alright? Aren't you saying anything?
What's the point, eh? Why go through all this trouble and fighting so hard for the likes of me?
What?
Where you saw it? That picture.
What picture?
Ah, you mean this? The photograph taken by Harley's red-handed recorder? Well, I didn't think it would have captured a scene like this, that's for sure.
It's hopeless. Anyone who tries, who sees that's gonna think I did it, ain't they?
Well, I won't pretend it was a bit of a shock for when the prosecution first presented it to the court.
Surely you've gotta have your doubts about me now. You still couldn't think I'm innocent.
Of course I can.
Jenny, why don't you talk to us? Tell us what really happened that night.
Eh?
Bruno's cleverly managed to paste together a lot of new information, but still, we'd really like to hear it from you.
Alright then. It was after we had that dinner together at your place, right, Iris? Then we all had a chat up in your office, didn't we?
Yes, I remember.
After that, I just couldn't get to sleep. So I slipped and went down the street to the 2-to-1 to Windybank's place. I had to know.
If Iris' story was there or not. If Iris' story was there or not? The Hound of the Baskervilles?
I don't know what it was about or nothing. But if you ask me, there's something in that shows don't like. Something we don't want. What you don't want people reading. So that's why I lied to Iris about sticking it in love with.
What the fuck is she saying?
So that's why he lied to Iris about sticking it in with Windybank for safekeeping. At least, that's what I thought at the time.
So you broke into Windybanks.
I just had to know if it was there or not. I mean, I had no idea all of that was gonna kick off, did I? It was gonna kick off, did I?
God, doing her voice is so fucking... Ugh. It's so hard to do.
I struck the lock and snuck inside. It was dark, as you like in there. So I gave the oil lamp on the counter a bit of a wick. And that's when...
What do you think you're doing?
I nearly died, I did. The next thing I knew... I grabbed the gun from the counter and was waving in the air, like, I don't know what.
Oh, you're that girl who was really I didn't think pickpockets went for under revenue.
The manuscript. At have you got it here? There's Sholmes laying a little papers with you. A story.
I beg your pardon?
Down to something further. If it's here, I want to see it.
I'm sorry, young lady, but I'd sooner die than relinquish an article belonging to one of my customers.
I don't want it. What would I do with it anyways? I just want to see if it's here, so.
Oh, you just want to see it, do you?
I just want to know if Sholmes really pawned it here or not. Please, just let me see it and I'll go.
Oh, very well. But for pity's sake, stop waving my gun around, will you?
So then the old cove unlocked the storeroom, and we both went inside. And it was there, all right. The mental script. Sholmes weren't lying after all.
You did? You did all that just to check for me, Jenny?
Anyway, then there was a bit of a kick-up in the main bit of the office.
The Skulkin brothers arriving on the scene, yes.
What was that noise? Someone's breaking in!
Dear me. Is there some burglar convention here tonight that I don't even know about?
I think I forgot to shut the door behind me. Sorry.
I'd better go take care of it. Could I possibly have my gun back?
Oh, well, I'll come with you, and...
Now don't be foolish, young girl. You must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstances.
And with that, he took the gun out of my hands and walked out back in the shop. I hung back in the storeroom like he said, staring straight in my ears in the dark to hear what was going on. It sounded like they got into a bit of a scrap. I started to think I should help, you see.
You didn't hear that. I was trying to see if the game volume was louder than my voice, because I'm a little... I sound... For me, I sound a little bit quiet. But, you know, it is what it is. Just let me know. I'll fucking turn down the game volume.
So I was just about to go in the storeroom myself when... Bang, bang. I heard a couple of shots go off. Two, I think. Almost at the same time. And that's where he was. Right in front of me. Lying face down on the floor. I was right next to the storeroom door. So I slammed it shut and locked it as quick as you like.
Because you thought whoever had shot Mr. Windybank might come for you.
Yeah. So I went and grabbed the old cub's gun. I figured I'd pull up a fight at least. But when I got a better look at him, I knew. Windybank was a goner. I felt fun in the head all of a sudden, kind of dizzy. After that, I don't remember nothing.
So that's what... so that's when you passed out, Ginny. Must have been.
If I hadn't done what I'd done, old Cov might still be alive.
Did you tell the police everything you just told me?
Of course I did! They didn't believe a word of it, did they? All they said was, if I kept telling lies, it'd make things even worse for me.
How? That doesn't even make any sense. I mean, she's getting sent to, like... I mean, either way, she's going to get tried for this. Her talking about her point of view isn't going to change anything. It's not like you're going to use it. Not like you're going to use her testimony or anything like that. I mean, you're trying to put her in prison. Or have her hung or whatever. whatever the death sentence in this era of Britain is. The electric chair? I sure as hell know it ain't fucking, whatever, the stabby stew, the drugs, the murder drugs.
I'll be all right, Jenny. Don't worry. Just stay strong a little longer. Rono's about to put the real culprit through the mill.
That's what that cove was there.
What the fuck?
That cove that cove was there in the afternoon. That Edgar Benedict. I still remember how he looked at me like I was nothing. He was there that night.
We don't know his real name yet, but I'm convinced he's involved somehow. Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. I appreciate your honesty.
You what?
You can leave it in Bruno's capable hands now, Jenny.
Mr. Naruto?
Yes?
How come you trust me? I don't get it. I mean, have you forgotten what happened here before? Come on, it was only 2 months ago. Me and McGilded, we told you all back alive. And you got the bog trotter off with him, even though he was a killer.
No, I could never forget that.
Oh,
I did what I thought was best at the time, but the pain of that error of judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. Still, don't forget that I also made you a promise. I told you that I'd be on your side to the bitter end, no matter what.
what if I'm lying?
You give it... Good lord, are we going through this again? I thought we've already discussed this before.
You could be walking to get another kill off, though, for all you know.
I was once in your position, Gina. I was the accused in a trial. In a trial. Yeah.
You were?
Before I left Japan, I was accused of murder. And strange as it might sound, the circumstances of the crime are pretty damning. I was sure no one would believe it wasn't me who'd done it.
Oh, Bruno.
But there was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me, and was prepared to defend me. My best friend. Oh, please, don't put him on screen. No! I'm crying! Ryunosuke, no one believes in you more than I do. Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me, and I'll do the rest. I was so happy I cried. But even then, somewhere inside me, I couldn't help thinking, surely he doesn't really believe in me. Not completely. But I was wrong. As soon as my trial began, it was obvious that he had an absolute, unwavering belief in me. And in turn, I developed an absolute, unwavering belief in him. Even though I did, half the work. It was a team effort, I should say. I was gonna say I did most of the work, but he did kind of help out with like the lawyer lingo and shit, so he did help quite a bit. Anyways, since then I came to realize, if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first.
What are you saying?
I promise you, Gina, that no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you. So you don't need to worry. I won't let you down.
Even though I'm a driver, and a good lawyer?
You're not like McGilded. I know that.
Eh?
That's right. You're our friend, Jenny.
You're
you're also, not filthy fucking rich. But, that's whatever.
Well, Loris,
We know you're better than you think. We know you better than you think. We've come to that conclusion that you're someone we can trust.
Yes,
That's all we need to know.
exactly.
Mr. Naruto, I...
Defendant Gina Lestrade and her legal representative! Court proceedings are about to resume. Please head to the courtroom immediately. Yes, of course, thank you. I'd been both a defendant and a defending lawyer in my time, so I knew only too well just how hard it was to put all your faith in another. And I also knew just how hard it was to bear the burden of another, putting all their faith in you. And this is it at last. The final chapter, the final battle. Wish me luck, Susato-san. And I hope you're watching over me too, partner. That's crazy. Thank God I don't have to do her voice for another year. I hereby... What's going on? Ow! Fuck! Delicious. I hereby call this court to order as we resume the trial for Miss Gina Lestrade. Lord Van Zykes, have you successfully subpoenaed the witness? The subpoena was delivered in to the communication station where the man works immediately, my lord. However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem. I see. And let us turn our attention to Inspector Gregson, Precis of the case, I don't even know how to say that, heard by the court this morning. The glaring omission of the third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector. Yes, I can only apologize, my lord. I turned him Australian now. I love flip-flopping accents all the time. It makes me happy. Doesn't bug me one bit. Not even a little bit. Not even like a little tiny bit. And although the defense's chemical analysis of the blood at the scene makes for a compelling argument, I cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my courtroom.
That's a big mistake to cross Hurley and me. A very big mistake.
My lord, the subpoenaed witness has just arrived in the building.
Thank you, officer. Show him to the stand without delay. Mr. Eggert Benedict. I didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon, and certainly not like this. I kinda did as soon as he pointed that fucking gun at me. Oh, yep, there he is. Thank you for complying with the court's subpoena at such short notice, sir.
But of course, my lord. As an upstanding member of London society, it is my pleasure to oblige.
Of course, an upstanding member, says the man who pulled a gun on me. Now kindly state your name and occupation for the court record.
Ashley Graydon, communications officer.
Mr. Graydon and I both work at London's Central Communication Station.
Now, perhaps somebody would kindly explain what all of this is about?
You were apprised of the situation by the court officer on your way here, I presume.
Yep, I was. Yes, I was.
What the fuck? What is happening? Oh. Did I hit tab? Oh, okay, cool. Something to do with a murder that took place at a pawnbroker's on Baker Street. And some nonsense about me having been there on the night in question.
That is the accusation indeed.
This really is beyond a joke, you know.
Very well, without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Graydon. You will respond to the accusations made against you under oath.
Gladly, my lord, gladly. Do you have to dance like that, like, every time? Like, good lord, man. Let me do a jig real quick. I played Persona 4 Star All Night, or whatever the fuck, Dancing All Night. I got in the jig. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of the pawnbrokering services from time to time. But are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place of the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting to such outrageous accusation. Even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene, some sacramouche detective's homebrewed tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence.
I'm calling your fucking mother!
If you think about it, will you enter the dishwasher? Yeah, sure. If I remember, yeah.
So, you deny the accusations completely, do you?
I must say, I am dismayed. For the highest court in the land to be swayed by this self-professed detective's toy.
It was the will of the jury, and our great British justice system demands that the jury's will be upheld.
Then it would seem we have the misfortune of the most inept assembly of jurors today.
By golly!
How long am I expected to be detained here?
If, following the defense's cross-examinations, your involvement in this matter has not been established, you will be free to leave immediately.
Good. Then I shall be away in time for afternoon tea. Some small consolation at least.
Let us not hold Mr. Graydon any longer than necessary, counsel. Please proceed with the cross-examination.
So, we meet again, Mr. Egbert Benedict? Or is it Mr. Graydon? My apologies, you are?
Rinosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. We have met.
If you say so. Ashley Graydon, enchanté. So, how do you not remember me? Ah! I trust we can conclude this quickly. Ugh, but I'm not holding your flashy hat while we do. How does he not remember us? We're the reason he got cut by that one thing. He also pulled a gun on us, so I don't know how he forgot that. Well, you know what? He also put a gun on fucking Hitmonchan. Alright.
Hold it!
Yes, we even met in the pawnbrokery where the crime took place on the afternoon of the day in question. Though, of course, you introduced yourself by a different name at the time. It was Mr. Egbert Benedict, I believe. Tell me, what made you...
The witness is here to testify about the events that took place that night. He is under no obligation to answer such unrelated questions.
You can't be serious. Thank you, because I certainly do not feel inclined to answer such an inappropriate question.
So he's going to be evasive, is he?
in an effort to not give away anything? This could be tricky.
Hold it!
Have you seen these two men before?
This pair? No, I don't associate with criminals.
Said by the man who introduced himself as Edgar Benedict.
I'd like to know who I have to thank for this. Who made this outlandish accusation against me?
The young lawyer there in the black.
This is a farce! Whose idea was it to permit an outsider to work for in a British court anyway?
The government?
Well, needless to say.
Hold it!
Where were you at around 1 in the morning on the night in question, sir?
That is past the hour at which I would normally retire. Certainly. I was not in the company of these rapscallions.
You were able to prove that?
Objection!
Listen carefully, my learned Nipponese friend. For you appear to be under the gross misapprehension on this point. What do you mean? The witness maintains he was not at the scene of the crime. He has no obligation to prove his absence. If your accusation is that the witness was present at the scene, the obligation lies with you to prove your assertion. I mean, I guess. You will fulfill that obligation before putting any more unreasonable questions to the witness. A silent victory wiggle, thanks. Why does he do that?
Hold it!
Blood was found at the scene of the crime, there's no question of that. Mr. Sholmes' chemical analysis has positively identified the substance as such.
But I am not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? How can we be sure that the blood is mine? It would equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants.
Every individual's blood has a slightly different composition, it seems. And Sholmes' chemical is able to Can you let me fucking read, dude? Jiminy Christmas. It's able to differentiate different blood samples by...
Spare me the science lesson. Who is this Sholmes character anyways?
Oh, I assumed all Londoners would know the name. He's a renowned detective. So, even you are unable to bring yourself to say great detective.
A great detective, you say? Now we're in the realm of fairy tales, aren't we? Are we?
Excuse me!
Excuse me! Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin?
What? Oi, what? Me?
No, the Mr. Skulkin next to you.
Right. I've had it up to here with this. How many times have I got to tell you?
Yes, I know, you're not Big Bruv Sulky. Good grief. Mr. Nash Skulkin!
God blimey, Governor! You what?
Is it not the case that when Mr. Graydon just spoke, a thought went through your mind? Eloquently put. Would you care to share that thought with the court?
Me? What? I don't have them none. I don't have none of them. It might have been him. You what?
Mr. Nash Skulkin, please answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke? This is such a weird fucking line of questions here. I see that you had a reaction to when he spoke. Can you explain why you made such a weird reaction to him? Show me your face. Reveal thyself.
Nothing, Ordisco, nothing. I was just thinking. If he weighs around like that much more, it'll be opening the wound up again, so.
What wound?
Well, he took the bullet, of course. It was only 2 days ago. It ain't gonna be healed up yet. So I was, well, you know, I was worried for him, man. Oh, hell's bells.
You fucking idiot! You just... Well, thanks. Thanks, I guess. Mr. Graydon, did you hear that?
What? I didn't hear anything.
Your comrade is worried for you, it seems. On account of your injured arm.
My lord?
Yes, Mr. Graydon?
I have no idea what these two wretches are talking about. Certainly, I shouldn't be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations.
We know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And from the height of the bullet hole in the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm or thereabouts. Whatever. Whatever.
I'm definitely not holding the wound, I promise. I swear on Jiminy Criminy.
Perhaps you'd allow the court to examine your arm, sir. The left arm that you're currently clasping with your right hand, as if in pain.
No, I refuse.
Well, then you kind of incriminate yourself.
You have shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves.
So, why would they mention your wound? You know these guys are they're witnesses against my defendant. They're not working with me. So why would they lie about working with you? It doesn't make any fucking sense.
Accordingly, I am not obliged to prevent any such invasion of my privacy. As I've already said, I'm completely uninvolved in all of this. I've never had anything to do with the pawnbrokery where this fellow was killed whatsoever. I take offense at the insinuation that I was in any way involved.
You claim you had nothing whatsoever to do with Mr. Windibank's pawnbrokery?
My lord, the defense would like that last statement to be added to Mr. Graydon's formal testimony.
Very well, counsel. Continue with your testimony, Mr. Graydon.
Bottom line is, I have nothing to do with the pawnbrokery where the man was killed. Are you sure about that, Squidward-chan? I have something. I have to say something to you right now. I'm gonna have to do.
Objection!
This is bullshit. Oh, son of a bitch. I couldn't find the picture. Alright, well, there's you get a freebie there. Skibbity dibbity dibbity doo.
Am I supposed to present this?
Objection!
Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon?
Why? Is it supposed to mean something?
Wow. My brother in Christ, you can't gaslight me. Like, you can't. I know what I saw. I was there when it happened, when you point that fucking gun at my head. This disc was, until the day of his murder, in pawn in Mr. Windibank's shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, that afternoon. However, somebody mysteriously appeared to try and take it from her. And that somebody was you, of course, wasn't it, Mr. Graydon?
As I have reiterated numerous times now, you are mistaken. That was not me. I've never seen that disc before in my life.
It may have escaped your notice, but there is a small smear of blood on the disc.
Ah, yes, resulting from an aberration of the thumb, perhaps.
That's right. The surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. In the skirmish to acquire the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered minor lacerations. So, while the disc bears the remnants of that skirmish in the form of this smear of blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also, in the form of a scratch.
Good gracious, indeed it must.
Mr. Graydon. You refused to allow a court officer to examine your arm before. Are you now going to refuse to allow us to examine your thumb? Because I have no doubt that it bears a small scratch consistent with the smear of blood on this disc.
Son of a bitch. Well, well. It would seem I underestimated you.
What is the meaning of this?
So you admit it now. You admit that you have a scratch in your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant! You bitch!
Order! Order! Well, Mr. Graydon?
It would appear there has been something of a misunderstanding here. I did not attempt to take the disc, as you put it. No, quite the reverse.
What are you trying to say?
It's really quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset. Is there some crime in taking an item that you own out of a pawn?
What? But you just said you don't recognize the disc. Now you're doubling it back and saying that it was yours to begin with? The fuck? It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc now.
As you wish. Though I'm quite sure it has nothing whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker's murder. There is a note on the disc saying, "For McGilded," but the item belongs to me.
Of course it does.
Sure.
I'm sure that's the case. You just got your name wrong.
The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy gutterling, on the day in question. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article.
You redeemed the coat, not the disc, but whatever.
In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night.
Oh, are you sure about that? Did I hear you correctly, sir? McGilded, you say? The famous London philanthropist? Who perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted of a distinctly messy murder.
Yes, my lord. The one and the same.
Good lord! Mr. Graydon! Are you saying that Mr. McGilded and yourself were acquainted?
Yes, that's correct.
Order! Well, I certainly didn't expect to hear that name out of here in my court again.
Are we still not going to point out that he lied under oath but alright, whatever. According to what Gina told us, this disc was placed in pawn on that fateful night 2 months ago. McGilden himself gave instructions to deposit it at Windibanks.
It's funny that Mr. Graydon here is claiming the disc belongs to him then, isn't it?
In all likelihood, he's lying. You mean, like, he is lying? So he appeared that afternoon in Windibanks' in order to get his hands on McGilden's disc for some reason.
Counsel, you will commence your cross-examination, please. Do the fortnight dance. You can dance if you want to. You can leave your friends behind.
Hold it!
Yes, it was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it?
That's right. This was the very man. Apparently, the police are collecting anything that has a connection to McGilden as evidence.
Excuse me! Excuse me! Is something wrong, Inspector? What do you mean? The last remark Mr. Graydon made in his testimony seemed to trouble you in some way. No, it didn't. It's nothing. Leave it alone. Let me ask you this, Inspector. Why is Scotland Yard gathering Mr. McGilden's possessions? I can't tell you something like that, Sunshine. What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets? Yes, exactly. You should know all about that. Magnus McGilden, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago. A man renowned throughout the capital for his great contributions to public life. Yet he had a dark side too. What are you going on? Where are you going with this, Van Zykes? I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, aren't they? That's enough! Coppers like me have duties to carry out that we're not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know. Duties conferred by Lord Strongheart, I presume. The Lord Chief Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector. The bottom line is, if you want to get more out of me, you're going to need Lord Strongheart's paw print first. What's all this about? It's like there's something going on between Gregson and Lord Van Zykes here. Sounds like a conflict of interest.
Well, it would appear that the inspector has revealed all he is at liberty to reveal. Mr. Graydon, let us return to your testimony.
Gladly, my lord.
I wonder if I can present it.
Objection!
Yep, alright, cool. This disc was deposited at Windibanks' on Magnus McGilden's instructions. You knew that, and you went there with the intention of obtaining it for yourself.
Objection!
Conjecture again. And in any case, the disc was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. The witness had no reason to visit the pawnbrokery again.
Objection!
Sorry, my learned friend, but that's not true. What? Mr. McGilden had another article in pawn at Windibanks'. And as this second pawnbroker's ticket proves. There was 2 articles belonging to Mr. McGilden in Windibanks' pawnbrokery. And the reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one. Together with your 2 accomplices, the Skulkin brothers.
This is the second ticket, is it?
What did the man deposited? The article description reads, one small box.
A rather vague description, it seems to me.
Are you suggesting that I broke into the pawnbrokery with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box?
I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did.
This is absurd! Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article had been forfeited, I could simply walk into the shop and purchase it. There would be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft.
That's a good point.
Indeed. The witness makes a solid argument.
So that would mean, for some reason, this Graydon fellow needed the small box that night. Very night, does he?
Objection!
It's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord.
Could you be a little less cryptic, Lord Van Zykes?
I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. On the night in question, no small box was taken from Windibanks' pawnbrokery. And rest assured, the prosecution can prove it.
What?
Good gracious!
Inspector, show photograph prints to the court, if you please.
Yes, sir.
What prints?
These prints were taken from one of the detective's security cameras.
Hurley's red-handed recorders again.
As previously explained, using this plan of the shop layout. The victim's establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in two locations. One was set to capture the counter where Mr. Windibanks received his customers, and the other was set to capture the shelves on which articles were placed for sale once forfeited. According to the information in this ticket, my gilded small box had been forfeited already, 2 days before the incident, at 9 p.m. on 13th April to be precise, which means it would have already been on the shelves forfeited items in the shop's front. Now, what I have here is a print taken by one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident. That is 11 p.m. on the 15th April.
The victim certainly had a very full shop, it would appear.
And then, here we have another print. This one was taken about 2 hours after the incident.
I see. So we have two pictures to compare.
It doesn't look like it moved. I don't see any difference, so yeah.
Though I must say that placing them side by side leaves me cold.
I don't know what that means, but whatever.
Dear me, that's starting to make my head ache.
Obviously, at Scotland Yard, we consider theft as one of the possible motives in this case. We explored the possibility that something had been taken in addition to the victim's life.
So your men have already compared these two prints thoroughly, Inspector?
Yes, sir. We counted every single item in each of these two photographic prints. And the Yard's conclusion is that exactly the same numbers are present in both.
In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbrokery on the night in question. Okay, that doesn't mean anything, though. Just because he didn't take anything doesn't mean he didn't attempt to break in and take anything. If it's still there, that means he failed to get it. Probably because he was fucking shot. I mean, come on, dude. And my learned friend's assertion is nothing more than hopeful fantasy. Yeah! I don't believe it. If I could have just shown that he'd stolen Mr. McGilded's pawn box. Fuck. Might have been able to break him down at last.
You know what, Bruno? I've been thinking. I wonder if these two photographs are really exactly the same.
Well, they are 3 hours apart. What?
So, counsel, in the light of the evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position? It seems that, in fact, on the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. Do you accept the prosecution's assertion?
I don't know. Well, I'd have to look at the photographs again, but alright. Oh, here we go. Could there be something hidden? Could there be some hidden discrepancy? There's no discrepancy. Point out a discrepancy. Use a piece of evidence. What could it be?
The bullet was stolen, I knew it. It was the government leaks.
I wasn't sure at first, but there's a clear discrepancy between these two prints. What?
You must identify the location in question for the court, counsel. Indicate the precise location of the discrepancy in which you speak.
Hold on. I'm looking. Look, I'm looking. Matt, you better be looking too. You gotta help me out here, brother. I'm blind as a fucking bat, alright? Look at every fucking nook and cranny, bro. Because honestly, I'm not fucking seeing it. Ah! I noticed it! I noticed it! I fucking see it. It's right here. It's right here, right here. See? 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 It's right here. See? Look at that. This is moved. It moved. It's fucking moved! Ha! Fuck you, Matt. Didn't need you after all.
Take that!
Granted, these two prints are almost identical. However, there is one minor discrepancy between them. What? When you view the two pictures stereoscopically, a single area stands out as being different. The location of this small box. Look at me. Unbelievable! I can never get used to that.
By Jove, you're right! How extraordinary!
I love this. What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGilded's small box was indeed not stolen from Windibanks' on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelves.
Are you suggesting that the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGilded is in fact...
Yes, the very same box I just identified in those photographic prints.
Objection!
Mindless guesswork. Well, so what if it was? So a box was moved on the shelf, nothing was stolen. Which means, quite simply, that nothing has changed. That may be true, but... Alright. McGilded's box wasn't stolen then. But doesn't the fact that it was moved like that change things? Changes everything. I believe this changes everything about the case. How can that possibly be? A crucial point is the fact that what was moved was a small box. In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside that box. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that we need to examine that box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves at Windibanks' as we speak!
Objection!
That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this trial.
The court does not uphold your objection, Lord Van Zykes. Bailiff, arrange for an officer to go to Baker Street at once. Obtain the small box in question and bring it back here for further examination.
Ha! Get fucked. Ya bitch! Cheers.
We should have a report within half an hour. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while the evidence is brought forth.
To be hoodwinked by such a farce. Disappointing.
I beg your pardon, Lord Van Zykes.
This is nothing but a smokescreen. A Nipponese specialty, it would seem. What are you trying to say? My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning. That this witness's intent to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGilded from the pawnbrokery. Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place.
Exactly! It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such a commonplace property.
If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGilded perished 2 months ago, immediately after the conclusion of his trial. A trial in which he was found not guilty. A trial in which was established he was the upstanding member of society his reputation implied, in fact. So I propose a toast to my learned friend and his most insightful defense.
The articles of this upstanding member of society, Pond, were entirely ordinary. A black overcoat that just happened to have a music disc box in one of its pockets, and a small box. I assure you, I wouldn't accept even if the man tried to make a gift of such things to me.
Oh, that makes all rather a lot of sense. Excuse me, just enough. But you can pause and cash
The prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling.
It is incumbent on the defense now to bolster its argument. To explain what possible significance these commonplace articles pawned by this fine citizen could have.
Well, counsel, is your argument in fact demonstrable? Are you able to prove that such a disc or the box are in tangible way related to this case?
Well,
What's the matter, Bruno? We know that they're related, don't we? They're both vital pieces of evidence.
yes, of course. You and I both know that. We know McGilder's true character, and we know the disc is significant, even if we don't know why. But if we explain all that to the court at this point, we'll have to acknowledge that McGilder's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. That the defense's argument was flawed, based on false information.
Oh no!
And that would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury.
What if Gina?
Bro, I feel like at this point it's either she gets sent to prison, she gets sent to jail for perjury, or she goes on death row. So it's kind of a coin toss. Could it be that Van Sykes knows? Is that why he's doing this now? Because he anticipated everything?
Maybe. This could be a great opportunity for us.
Sorry? What do you mean, Iris?
Well, what is it that you always say, Bruno? Sooner or later, the truth comes out. Every time.
Alright. The exact significance of the things that McGilda deposited with Mr. Windebank is something that only Gina can explain to the court. But if I put her on stand to testify about that, it could critically damage our chances of winning this case. What's the right thing to do here? It's a difficult question, but honestly, it would be better if she testified, because even if she admitted perjury, it's better that she'd get like prison time for perjury rather than death. Either that or you could say McGill had forced her, which actually he did. He threatened to call mention her to the police. So he did threaten her at the time. My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal.
Oh, what proposal, counsel?
While the court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGilden's small box, I would like to call the defense. I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand.
The defendant? To what end?
It's to do with the various articles deposited at Windibanks' by Mr. McGilden. Miss Lestrade has information relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. It will prove the significance of the articles in question once and for all.
Well, well, things are becoming interesting. I presume you've considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing. In particular, the impact it will have on the accused's standing, and indeed your own.
I have.
Lord Van Zykes, would you care to explain that last remark?
The prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself.
Very well, if you have no objection. So, the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. The witnesses currently in stand may step down until further notice.
Then I shall bid you a good day.
Wait. You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies.
As you wish.
Alright then, Gina. It's time. I know this will be hard, but please put your faith in me here.
Good luck, Bruno.
The articles that Mr. McGilden had deposited in Windibank's pawnbrokery. Are you intimately related with the omnibus case, the trial of which was heard in this courtroom 2 months ago?
Yes, I remember this young lady being brought before me in that trial as well.
That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGilden.
The omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. And now, here we all are again. The same players on the same field. It's the same time, same next week. Son of a bitch, can I fucking read? Intriguing at least. And now here we are all again. The same players in that same trial, facing each other once more. A twist of fate, perhaps, my Nipponese friend.
Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGilden. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder. But as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged. The murder, in fact, took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck. With the body being dropped through the skylight into the carriage below. It was Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under the seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Then, immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of the murder, Mr. McGilden died in this very courtroom. In the most extraordinary of circumstances.
A mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on. As indeed does the omnibus murder itself. Be that as it may, I recall neither the disc nor the small box being mentioned in the course of those proceedings.
Miss Lestrade. Would you tell the court now, please, what really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago?
I don't know what you mean. I already said all what you know.
And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Miss Lestrade, this is extremely important.
What?
Remember, little girl, if it transpires that you willfully withheld information in the trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury.
What?
And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts, you have little credibility to lose.
Ginny, don't listen to him. Please, you have to trust Bruno now.
Iris?
We're on your side.
Alright then. I'll talk.
That's the right choice, Gina. Well, it would seem that my learned friend is hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down to about his ears. So be it.
I must confess that I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. However, it would appear that Mr. McGilder's pawned articles and that extraordinary case of the omnibus harbor secrets of we have been hitherto unaware. So, Miss Lestrade, you will now give your testimony before the court about the events of 2 months ago. You will reveal the truth of a a commodity sorely lacking in your original statements.
This is it then. Everything's going to come out. Like Van Syke said. This could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears. But as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk.
Truth is, that brickmaker Cove was in the cabin and the omnibus the same time, the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from the seat, I saw that disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over in the head. And that pair on the roof deck went off to go to the slopes. That's when McGilder slipped the driver and some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I did, seen or heard.
Good grief, this is outrageous. What you've just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago.
As you say, my lord.
Then there's every chance I may have just adjurated an error in McGilder's trial. It sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived this court in an effort to cover up the most wicked schemes.
Without a doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in the trial of this witness and of my learned friend are entirely inexcusable.
I don't believe it.
The whole trial was a farce?
McGilder's was route to the cooler.
Don't forget that lawyer from the east. They were all in it together.
You're wrong, the lawyer, Mr. Naruto, the lawyer there. He didn't do nothing about it.
Humbug!
I don't think so. Are we really expected to believe that? Yeah. Because I just arrived in London the day he was accused. You don't even have any proof I was, like, in cahupets with him. In fact, I literally said in the trial that it is possible that he is guilty. So no, Yeah, do you remember that court? It's so stupid.
He really stitched everything up, didn't he? What an operation to get a man off scot-free. Unbelievable. Stop. The lies have to stop. Stop.
Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it's imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony, because the true significance of McGilded's Pond articles must be brought to light.
Very well, my learned student friend.
Given the depths of calamity you have just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing.
Words fail me. Words fail me. This situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes, my lord.
I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial.
Of course, my lord.
Morning, Mr. Naruto.
Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination.
Was the disc you saw this disc?
Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to the cuff lying on the floor.
Could this disc have belonged to the victim, perhaps?
I don't know, but McGilded picked it up pretty smartish. And then he sat the cough with the knife in its belly up the seat.
What did he say to you at that time?
He told me not to say a word about what I'd seen and heard to no one. About the disc and all. I was dead scared. The way he was looking at me, I thought, if I didn't go along with it, I'd get stuck with that knife too. Then he started asking me a lot of questions. Like what my name was and where I lived and that. He asked me about being a diver too.
But after a while, what had happened in the carriage was noticed?
Yeah, that's right. First there was some kind of rapping noise.
Hold it! The pawn shop obviously being Windibanks's. Windibanks is on Baker Street.
Just a moment, counsel. Do you mean to tell me that the driver gave a false testimony in that trial as well?
Perhaps the excursion to the pawnbroker slipped his mind when he was in the stand. How does that slip your mind? Bro was paid by the murderer to go put something, to go to a pawn shop. The fuck?
Indeed, Lord Van Zykes.
McGilded took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He folded it up all careful-like before handing it over. When I saw him do that, I remember thinking, that coat and what's in it has got to be worth a bob. A few bob.
Yes, Gina was sure the disc must be worth something than Mr. Windibank was suggesting, wasn't she? I remember her quipping with him over the price that afternoon at the pawnbroker. I don't know why I was about to say tomfoolery.
The driver looked pretty happy when McGilded flashed some brass in his face. He went rotten off for the lick. And then the bog trotter called to me and told me to come out with Drag's cabin, from Drag's cabin. He threatened me not to stop. Every day he was gonna beat me senseless. Just hit me with a...
Threaten you how exactly?
Told me I'd only be able to Skype her. I'd only be able to Skype her if I did exactly what he said.
Which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago.
Yeah, that's it. There was one other thing he said.
Which was?
He told me I have to hang on to the ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it.
The ticket? Well, I never.
Said that if he didn't show up to the ticket off, to get a ticket off me in 2 months past, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it along, to stop it being forfeited. He left me with some brass to pay for it.
But really, why on earth would Mr. McGillicuddy have done such a thing? Depositing his overcoat with a pawnbroker before the arrival of the police. It makes no sense at all.
There would seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. What McGillicuddy had the driver deposit at Windibanks's was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs.
Anyway, after that, he let me go. That's what I did before the coppers showed up.
Well done, Gina. It couldn't have been easy to tell the truth like that.
I just put her faith in you, Bruno. Well, you better fucking save her, or I'll kill you. Take a look at those two. Isn't it strange that they've been whispering to each other the entire time?
Yes, that is strange. It looks like they're having a secret discussion or something. I didn't even notice that. I'm not sure if I'm completely comfortable with that. I wonder if there's anything I could do about it.
Hold it!
Nope, skip this.
Hold it!
There are two gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck, I believe.
That's right. They must have looked down through the skylight and there's the cub with the knife in his guts. When they screamed, the driver pulled up on the horses and McGillicuddy got me out of sight.
Out of sight? Where?
Back under the seat where I started off. As the carriage came to an halt, the two cubs from the roof ran off to fetch the slops.
If they immediately left to fetch the police, it would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident. So that left McGillicuddy, driver, and you still at the scene.
Yeah, and the driver didn't know I was there, because I was under his seat.
What y'all whispering about?
I heard the cabin door open, and a voice from outside.
The driver, yes. He also testified in the trial, I believe. A fellow who went by the name of Bubbo, if memory serves.
What did McGillicuddy and the driver say to each other?
I don't know what happened, and stuff like that mainly.
Hold it!
You were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Miss Lestrade? If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats?
Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all.
Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain that you claimed Mr. McGillicuddy was the sole passenger, did you not?
False testimony, my lord.
That's what he told me I had to say.
But it's important that you tell us the truth now. Were Mr. McGilden and the victim acquaintances?
I don't know. But I did hear him talk a lot.
What were they talking about?
Well, I couldn't hear too well, but if I had to say, I think it was about money or something. They kept talking about buying and not buying.
Perhaps business dealings of some kind?
Well, anyway, it got louder and louder. It started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. Hardly dared to breathe. And then all of a sudden, I heard a noise that like someone keeling over on the floor. And it was blue and loud and all.
And I believe you let out an involuntary scream.
Yeah, that's what gave me away. Orange man dragging me through a disc on the floor. Look like a corpse. Let's go drive. Hold it!
Look at this. The fuck am I supposed to do here? I'm so confused. What am I supposed to do here?
Objection!
Cock! I thought I could, like, be like, there's blood on this one! And it's him! It's Mr. Mason's! It's Spider-Man! Let me look at the case notes.
Mr. Squidward!
Man,
I
shut
should
the fuck
kick your
up.
fucking ass!
I'll fucking flip a pancake on your face. I'll go, and then conviction was assured with 3 eyewitness testimonies. However, the surprise 4th witness testimony resulted in an acquittal due to insufficient evidence. Shut up, Matt. You're not my mom.
You're not my mom! You're not my dad!
let me just skip through all this. Google Gamer. I did have to Google a little bit. Apparently, I'm just supposed to, press everything.
Hold it!
So maybe I forgot something? I don't know.
Hold it! Hold it!
It's got me worth quite a bob. Quite a bob. And driving it, I'm pretty happy. That's where the boat truck came and dragged me out. Dragged me out of the cabin. Dragged me out. They dragged me out.
Hold it!
Dragged my ass out. Yeah, maybe press some brass.
Wait, Wait, was that different? Was that different? Was that different? Was that different? There could only be one logical explanation. The positive was something he didn't want the police to see, something very important to hide at all costs. Oh no, we already did that. Well, nothing changed there. So I think what I'm supposed to do, let me save real quick, is I'm supposed to just kind of pursue.
Hold it! Excuse me.
Is there something you'd like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson and Inspector Graydon? Inspector! Mr. Graydon! Boy, you trying to get me a... You trying to get me a bloody heart attack? You have been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what is the discussion about? Discussion? With this fella? Or the other one, Sunshine? You think I've got anything to talk about with this shady gent like this?
I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of that disc that was rightfully mine.
But they've clearly been talking the entire time I've been cross-examining Gina. It's as if they've been negotiating.
Thank you, Miss Lestrade. Thank you, counsel. I've heard enough. I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus.
It would appear that on that night 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. A negotiation concerning this disc. However, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over price, McGildy took what he wanted by force, at the expense of the other man's life. Which proves my point. This disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way. Although I don't understand why as yet.
And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, McGilded's coat and its contents were due to be forfeited.
I didn't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the puff died right after his trial. I knew that.
So, you decided you would try to claim the articles as your own.
Well, why not, eh? They were going to be forfeited, so why shouldn't I have them? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime.
Miss Lestrade, it would appear that Mr. McGilded was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be?
Eh? I ain't got a clue. But I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of price. He was probably going to sell it. And you can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime.
As you've said before.
My lord. The evidence your lordship requested has been located and is ready to be presented to the court inspection, sir.
It's him.
The mysterious little box deposited by McGilded 2 months ago. There's no doubt in my mind that it's a key piece in this far-reaching puzzle. Penis. Alright, well, there's the box.
So, this is the article in question, is it? The small box deposited with the pawnbroker by Mr. McGilded 2 months ago.
And on the night of Mr. Windybanks' murder. The only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop.
Quick! Let's open it and see what's inside.
Damn, Daniel. Good gracious. This is no ordinary box, it seems.
Wow. Although in truth, I had an inkling of what that might be the case.
It would appear that the box house is a miniature music box movement. Then, is it too much to expect? It would be reasonable to assume that it is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord.
Well, put it in!
So, here we have the means to play back Mr. McGilded's disc deposited at Windybanks's at much the same time. Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGilded's disc. It was the disc of his victim in the omnibus. But why, for heaven's sake? Are we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGilded?
Teacher, I have a question.
I have the answer.
I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord.
Yes, very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last.
Who the fuck said that? Wait, my lord!
Good grief. What is the meaning of this, Inspector?
The music box and the disc are, well, they're unrelated to the case. No need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the courtroom with some silly bit of music.
Objection!
This disc may very well have motivated the culprit in this case to commit murder. Clearly, there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understand what happened.
The prosecution has no objection.
But no! That piece of evidence is police Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest here. But it is policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. Ah!
No further delays, please. Play the disc.
Alright, guys. Get your headphones in. Is that Morse code? Because there's no rhythm to it.
What on earth? That's certainly not what I would call music.
No. It's just the same note playing over and over again in an irregular sequence.
Mr. Graydon,
This really is priceless. After all that, the music box is broken.
Broken? It can't be. Can it? Dude, it's fucking Morse code. You can tell by, like, because if it's playing the same notes over and over again, but, like, at, like, different intervals, it's Morse code. It's Morse code. Get the lady up on the stand. I'm gonna go get me a snack real quick. I'm fucking hangry. Shut up. I'm gonna pee in your cereal bowl and make you eat piss cereal. Piss cereal. Got some chips.
Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom.
well, with much regret, I feel the court must accept this music box offers. Must accept that this music box offers little in the way of clues. Are you ready to move on, counsel?
Come on. Yes, alright. It does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? Isn't a jury lady doing code? Yes, I know. That's what I'm saying. Could this music emanating from the box possibly be a new clue? I believe that it could be relevant, my lord.
Good lord, but how can it be? It's an abomination, counsel. Mere noise. I fail to see how it did have any meaning whatsoever.
That sounds strange, I agree. But there's one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there chortling victoriously, the inspector beside him is a rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound, as if he's familiar with it somehow. That's making him appear extremely on edge. If that's the stance of the defense, my nipple-knees friend, answer me this. Oh! Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on this case? The defense believe that the sound emanating from the music box is... Just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Look at that. A smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here. I must be.
Making deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting like Hurley, Rono.
Objection!
The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you've told us what they are not, I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. To enlighten us, my nipple-knees friend. Well, surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it will be the death of your ill-informed argument.
Exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness.
Got me. I don't know what the answer is yet. I hate it when he gives me that face. It's so goofy.
Rudo? I've just examined the music box very thoroughly. And I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all.
Really?
Really. The way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway.
Thank you, Iris. Alright, well, if the music box isn't broken, it must mean the sounds it's producing have some significance that isn't musical. Ah! Could it be? Is that what these sounds are?
Something just struck me, Runo. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like this one. Very much like the one this music box makes.
Yes, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking the exactly the same thing.
I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. If your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is not in fact music at all, then what the devil is it?
All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, it's all pointing to one single answer now. The prosecution demands that my learned nipple-knees friend present proof now. Tangible proof that this latest wild speculation. Alright then. Let's give it the best chance I'm going to get to fight back in this trial. If I'm right, it's gonna be join all the dots together. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds in this music box is...
Take that!
Today's paper, counsel. The headline is Pawnbroker Perishes in Pick-Purse Plunder. Hardly supportive to your case.
No, my lord. I was hoping you looked a little further down the page.
Further down. Ministry Mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter, being investigated at the highest level, I understand.
I have heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted. And leaked to various other countries. And presumably those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams. Of course. Juror number 5, your input, please.
Stop. Oh, me, sir.
Me, sir? Whatever is the matter? You told Nicole before that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, do you not? Yes, that's correct. And the particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports. Oh, yes. Well, not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important. Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? You don't mean to say, is it? That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code. But I don't believe it! Now correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Are you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code? Order! Order! Please, everyone, order! But this is delicious. This is high treason, Council, deserving of capital punishment. Too much new vocabulary. What is this treason? And what is capital punishment? The sort of words I'd half expect you to know. For our sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price. Yes. And on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. But in the end, McGilded perished, and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbroker. My word! In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country, it would reveal an act of high treason punishable by death. So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it. And in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. McGilted would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon?
You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous! Absolutely preposterous! So, in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you? Well, of course I do. I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
Objection! Then by all means, counter the charges, sir. The prosecution demands the witness testifies in response to the accusations brought by the defense.
Delighted, I'm sure.
The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Windybank.
that being a most flagitious offense, for which the law of the land sanctions a capital punishment. But the heinous act of high treason is no less serious a crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon.
Google it. Man, Google yourself. Fuck you.
So then, let us proceed.
Hold it!
You may...
You gotta let us have a rabbit in pork here, Governor. We've got things to say.
I beg your pardon? Who do you think you are?
Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is professional Betty.
Name's Ringo Skulkin. But we ain't baddies enough to sell out our motherland.
That's right. We're what they call the Three Skulkin Brothers. Yo!
Thank you, Franziska von Karma. Oh no! No! Shit! She's gonna hit me with a bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing. I love the accent you did for the dudes. The Skulkin brothers. Thank you. It's killing my throat, but I do it anyways. It's funny. Thank you for the follow, by the way.
A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilded anyway, was it not? I've no relation to the man.
Look, all we done is break into the gaff the other night like we told us to do.
If we known there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it.
Why does one of the brothers fish and chips? What? Oh, you're talking about the inspector? I don't know why they keep saying they think he's like a brother of his, of their. I don't know why. Oh, yeah, so there have been bots that follow me, that have the tendency to follow me, say something about being my loyal fan, and ask me to add them on Discord, and then like a few hours later they would unfollow me. So that is the life I have to deal with. It's fantastic. Besides, Matt, you can tell it's not a bot because they didn't make an account like today. So it's easy. Easy W. Oh, I'm not one of those. Poggers. Makes my life easier.
Mr. and Mr. Skulkin.
One missile will do, Governor. What's up?
Do I take it that you now admit to the crime? That on the night in question you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally? And moreover, you did so as a party of 3, in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here.
We did, Gov, we did.
Well, Graydon, it would appear that you're shit out of luck here.
Quieten down, please. What say you to that, Mr. Graydon?
I have no idea what these two ruffians are referring to.
You little rotter, getting us mixed up with this monkey business.
You never said nothing about government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight-up job.
And what about the geezer whose shop it was, eh? Poor old bloke didn't have the door, did he?
Ah! Nice to know who your friends are. Honestly.
Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations.
Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit it to the court records as evidence. Put that bad boy in there. There you go. Alright, we're good now. Yes, cross-examination. Yes, we're gonna examine him.
Time to examine the small music box. Let's see if it has anything funny in it. Maybe. I don't see anything cool about it though. It's got a nice little gem here.
See how the 4 McGilded disc sits in the music box the man deposited at Windy Banks? Couldn't be more perfect fit.
So there's no question then. The disc was designed to be played in this music box.
Yet despite that, the sounds it produces are neither musical nor do they appear to have any meaning. Which doesn't make any sense.
I wonder if perhaps there's more to this music box than meets the eye. Maybe we haven't discovered all of its secrets yet.
You mean besides the fact that it could pertain government secrets? Hoggers, what is this?
Oh, what is it, Bruno?
I've just noticed something about this box. It looks like at the bottom of... Was there a thumbtack? I don't remember if there was a thumbtack that we found like a while back. I was on the floor. I think. Am I thinking of something else? I might be thinking of something else. I'm not entirely sure. Looks like the bottom of it opens up as well.
Ah, you're right. Well, come on then. What are you waiting for? Let's open it up.
Alright, then here goes.
Oh, holy shit! It's
I don't know what that is. I don't know. I wasn't paying attention. You never do! You fuck!
look at that. There's another movement on the underside.
So, does that mean you can set up a disc to play back on this side? How would you be able to do that?
Yes, I think so. And it looks like the two movements are linked together.
They're linked?
Link, you come to town. Come to save Fortnite Zelda.
So if you had two discs, they would play back to back at the same time.
Really? So, was this made... What? Who'd have thought there had been a second movement on the underside of the box?
And this movement is like the other one. The comb's teeth are the same length.
So, this movement also produces a single tone. Like the other one?
Yes, it must do. Except the length of the teeth on the comb isn't the same. So the single tone produced by this movement will be different from the single tone we've already heard.
What?
Basically, each movement can only produce a single note.
But the notes they produce are different. A music box that can only play 2 notes. Crikey. It's like a butterfly. It goes. Okay, well, cool.
Hold it!
So, this newspaper headline. So, is this newspaper headline accurate? Government of Communications are being intercepted?
How could I possibly know?
What do you mean by that?
Any important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of staff in the station where I work would never be entrusted with sensitive information.
Oh no, stop. I must say stop.
Let me guess. Juror number 5. Give me a second, I need a... Alright, we're good.
Who regular communications station officers aren't as lowly as you're being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the ministry. And Mr. Graydon is the team leader.
That's fascinating.
You bitch.
Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop.
Yeah, also currently in presence of a murderer. Stop.
So you had access to the equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon.
Well, what of it? The transmissions are always made behind closed doors, so they can't be heard. And in any case, all the messages are being enciphered. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them.
So... What? Okay.
Oh no, stop. Must say something. Stop. Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with the ministry technicians and the ministry communications team. He assists them in ensuring that there are no errors in important international communications. And he has received the top prize at the cipher cracking convention 5 years in a row now.
That's fascinating.
You bitch.
Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop.
Well, your idol would appreciate it if you keep your mouth shut.
She should really pick her idols more carefully.
I tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded. Poppycock, I say. Horseshit.
Hold it! They're not?
To anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent on listening to that music box for even a second.
Of course, of course. Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code. Ouch. He looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance.
I would be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir.
A lesson? Here in court?
Morse code is a continuous series of 2 distinct tones.
Tones, you say?
Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining those in different ways, you construct letters.
I see.
For example, this is A, and this is B. But when you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you only hear one tone, don't you?
But it sounds so similar. The rhythm of it is the same in everything.
But there's no discernible meaning to this
Apparently random sequence of sounds. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code.
Really, you shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspirations in future.
Stop. Nothing to say but stop.
Ooh, too. It's so frustrating, isn't it?
Iris?
I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using this music box, so many other things would slide into place so nicely.
Could be something I haven't considered. Still every possibility that this music box was instrumental in the leaking of government secrets. That's the belief of the defense, at least.
Objection!
Game over, you lose. Shut up, bitch. Does it please you in some way, my Nipponese friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? I don't even know what that means. It's probably Latin. It's probably Latin. Matt, you're into Latinos. Do you think you can speak it? It has already been established that to be Morse code, 2 tones are required, dots and dashes. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Then what?
Well, it would appear that the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. You had better present your idea at once, counsel. How do you propose this music box, which appears to be within a single tone, could have been used to decipher secret messages in Morse code?
Just Google your way through life. No.
Got it! Got it! Good gracious! What am I looking at here? Another movement on the underside of the music box?
What? It appears, my lord, that the 2 movements are linked together. In other words, you can put 2 discs in this music box, and the sounds of both will play back at the same time.
Good heavens!
As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of 2 tones, a short dot and a long dash. With a second disc in place, this music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message.
This is beyond a joke.
I'm sorry?
This poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims.
Oh, of course. If my learned friend were able to present the court with second disc, that would be another matter. Well, I can't at the moment. May I remind the court that as the witness has pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus with McGilty 2 months ago, striking a deal over the disc or discs.
Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker.
Exactly! I had nothing to do with it!
Though it has holes, I must admit that the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue.
There. Looks like you need to give your argument more strength, Bruno.
You will reiterate your testimony, if you please.
If I must, no, I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination. But are you sure about that, Squidward-chan?
Hold it!
So, 2 months ago in that omnibus, McGilded killed the brickmaker and stole the disc. Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing in his name. To his name. It seems he lived in an artisan quarter for some years ago. But people there remember little about him. That doesn't make any sense, much sense though, does it? How would a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information?
How indeed?
There must be somebody else involved behind the scenes in all this. Somebody who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason in order to take it from the meeting with McGilded and negotiate a deal.
Dear me. You may have it in for me, sir, but I assure you, I have far more class than that.
Old brickmaker from an artisan quarter, and this well-to-do communications officer. If only I could find some evidence to link the two of them together.
If you have nothing more to add on this note, please let us return to the witness testimony.
Hold it!
Like Mr. Greg told me. Let me chew real quick.
Yeah, that's it, yeah. Who else, eh? Silly me thought he was just popping over for a natter after all them years. But the rotters had a dodgy job for us. Yes.
Let me stop you right there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say. You mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours?
We're the sociable kind of baddies, you know. Let's say Graydon's in old China.
The fuck are you rubbing your chin for?
Excuse me!
Fucker. Is something wrong, Mr. Skulkin?
Eh?
No, the other Mr. Skulkin.
What? Who, me?
When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react.
Oh, I was just remembering the old days, is all. We used to have a right old laugh together way back when.
Together with Mr. Graydon, you mean?
Yeah, with Ash. I mean, you look at him now in his fancy whistle and flute, and you wouldn't add him in heaven. But when we were younger, he was from a poor part of town just like us.
Is that so?
But he was always a leery one. Ed with the brains, Ed the savvy. He had the brains, he had the savvy. Always coming up with smart ideas like what would never go through our heads.
God blimey, like that the truth. Remember Milverton and Skulkin's milk run? That was a corker, eh?
Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit.
Oi, the geezer asked us a question, didn't he? And we was answering.
Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong.
Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please?
I don't know. That sentimental would be relevant somehow.
The Dirty Deed Brothers.
Added to the testimony. My lord,
Yes, counsel.
the brother's last sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to this case.
Very well, counsel. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add.
Say no more. A skulking knows skulking. Hold it!
I'm sure I'm going to regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business?
Just a little scheme we had back when we was youngsters. A bit of fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to the locusts. That's what it was all about.
That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. I suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate, but what? So this business was just a bit of fun, you say? And it was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved?
Yeah, that's it.
Milverton and Skulkin's Milk Run, was it?
Yeah, that's it.
And where did the Milverton part come from?
Oh, right. I thought a clever crow like you would have. Ooh.
What do you say?
Oh, right. I thought a clever clog like you would have worked that one out. That is
Milverton... Hold on. Milverton? Milverton? I have no idea.
Enough of this! How much longer are we expected to listen to this drivel?
Let me guess. You don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying. Tell me, Why is it that it was only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject?
But because well,
Oh, was that his name before, when he was a broke bitch? Interesting.
It weren't the happiest of homes that one came from.
Right, yeah. His old man was struggling for money so much, his wife walked out on him.
She took the name Graydon then, see?
But Ash will always be Milverton to us.
Milverton. So that used to be your surname, correct? Let me look up something real quick. What was the brickmaker's name? Don't you round me. Thrice-fired Mason. Okay. Let me look at the case files. Ah! He was his dad! There it is! Mason Milverton! Woo! Woo! Fuck! Bro's getting hit with the sprinky dinky, bitch! I'll poke your booty. Poke your booty. So that used to be your surname, did it?
of course not. This is all bunkum. I've been a Graydon since I was born. Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves,
Yes, they're witnesses to the crime. You're a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena these records, Mr. Graydon.
Well, it would appear that Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable, for once. You were born Ashley Milverton, then. Is that correct?
Very well, yes.
So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things, and could turn out to be extremely important.
All of a sudden, we've got fucking Fortnite on our necks. Skip all this shit. Skip!
Objection!
Fuck, fuckity fuck. Shit, fuck.
I know what to do. I know what to do. I know what to do.
This is some hunky-dory bullshit you are spewing out of your booty hole.
Objection!
Mr. Ashley Milverton, tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court?
Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me.
No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name.
What do you mean, bitch?
Explain yourself, please, counsel.
I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. And as we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with Mr. McGilden.
Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker.
That's right. Only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton.
Milverton? Do you mean to say? Saints alive!
Mr. Ashley Milverton. Is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father?
Oh! I don't.
As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you join the civil service. And it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records.
The truth is, you've been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it onto McGilded in collaboration with your father! The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth.
The truth, you say?
That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded.
By dint of this music box, you mean, Counsel?
Yes, stealing information being sent in secret government communications and selling it on to McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme by using 2 music box discs to encode the information, as presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands.
And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever. But the deal with McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his end. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learned of the situation, he appeared at Windybanks' 2 days ago in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had placed in pawnware. But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police, and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkit brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc. Are you suggesting the second disc was inside the music box?
Eh?
We never knew nothing about that.
On the night that Mr. Windybank was killed, the intruder to the pawnbrokery touched one item, and one item alone: the music box.
As rather ingeniously demonstrated using the 2 prints from the security camera, indeed.
So, the question that naturally begs answering is this: why was only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since, if it were to fall in the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny that all this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago?
I refuse to accept any of this nonsense.
Oh, did you guys see that? Did you guys see that? Did you guys see that he let go of what he was gripping?
There's blood on his jacket. He's fucked. We fucked him, guys.
Sir, there appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket.
What?
Womp. Womp, 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 womp.
Ah, shit!
2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windybanks' pawnbrokery. One took the life of the pawnbroker himself. One struck the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide, it's a bullet wound, isn't it? He's got you now, mule China.
Oh, Mr. Call it quicks and croak, I reckon.
Don't acknowledge my presence. Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstance whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember? And I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly, I was a fool to think I could trust some common backslum thieves. Fine, I admit it. I was there in Windybanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. And as you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets? Negotiating with Mr. McGilded? As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort.
I'm not gonna back down without a fight. Not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact. Which is... well, we know that one bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from Skulkin Brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the bullet from Mr. Windybank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm.
Indeed it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself.
And that leads us only to one conclusion. Mr. Windybank was shot by a 3rd gun, which can only have been fired by the 3rd intruder.
Goodness!
That's right, Mr. Graydon. The only person who could have possibly have shot Mr. Windybank that night is you!
Hold it!
I am lamowing right now. Hold on, let me go let my cat out real quick. I'm gonna go put up my chips because it's hard to eat this. Go, you rapscallion!
Just leave the door open and do the dishes. Will you shut up about the dishes? I plan on doing them. And also, no, I'm not gonna leave the door open. Mom likes to play her fucking TV shows in the background and it's loud as shit.
You little upstart. You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here.
What? What's that supposed to mean?
Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbroker's. I did my best to hide the fact, naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I'd built myself at the communication station. But did a thought ever cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility?
What? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility?
The possibility that if I were there at the scene, I may have witnessed the crucial moment. You see, this makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client.
What the fuck does that even mean? How? You've been lying this entire fucking time, and now all of a sudden you're a crucial witness to the crime? Even though we have already discussed whose bullet is who. The bullet in Sherlock Schmones? The bullet in Biggie Cheese? And the third bullet, which is on the wall, that hit you, which you admit hit you. It couldn't have been her. It couldn't have been Gina, because it's already been proven that he shot the gun, so there were no other bullets. So what on earth could you possibly fucking have on Gina? What could you have?
What? Are you suggesting?
I saw it all. I saw the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed the gun at the poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him.
Oh my fuck, he actually is. This motherfucker is so stupid. He is so fucking stupid. We have established this so fucking long ago that there is only one bullet discharged from this gun. One bullet. Ain't no way this motherfucker is going to say that she just shot him for no reason. My brother in Christ, this is the most flawed fucking deduction. You what? Let's just continue and see how this was.
Well, it would seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial. Mr. Grid,
Yes?
I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. If it is shown that your claim is false, you have incriminated yourself as the killer.
Oh, I understand fully.
Then I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim.
Nothing would give me more greater pleasure.
Okay. Sorry, I'm chewing. Let's see what kind of bullshit this man is spouting.
Whilst these ruffians were jostling the broker, I was still near the entrance of the shop. When Windybank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole. The accused, in the black coat, shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee for safety.
What?
I saw the blood spatter all over that wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out to the people, so I picked it up and made my escape.
What? What? You saw her? You saw her?
Good gracious, this is quite an extraordinary testimony.
Yeah, extraordinarily stupid. Get that smug fucking face out of here, bro. You can't fucking gaslight me.
You claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen the defendant pull the trigger? That's crazy, bro. That's crazy.
It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. But neither is it my intention to be found guilty of murder I didn't commit. So you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation.
It doesn't help that your two little gooners, which you admit you hired, admitted that you shot him. Like earlier. The truth? Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details. Yes, well, sorry about that.
Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, she was showered in his blood.
You say the blood spattered all over the accused's coat. Are you sure on that point?
Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat that pickpocket girl was wearing at the time.
Really? If her coat could somehow be shown to harbor vestiges of blood, that would be conclusive evidence here.
Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord. What? Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. So here's to the true science, not some amateurish detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry.
There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound.
Ideas are of no use to us here. In science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. They have been proven. What the fuck are you talking about? Didn't we just prove that Grayson, whatever his dumb fucking last name is, didn't we prove that it was his blood on that? Didn't we also prove that it was his blood on the wall? He admits it too. He admits it. So they do have Stan. What the fuck are you talking about? In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as the basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used. With your lordship's permission, we could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes.
This doesn't look good, Bruno.
Why not?
Well, we know, don't we? That there's blood all over the front of Gina's coat. But they taste it with their chemicals.
Oh, help, you're right. I was forgetting what happened yesterday. Oh yeah, there was blood on her coat. Wait, purple? Well, that's not Mr. Windybank's blood. That stain is from 2 months ago. That's Mr. Mason's blood from when he was stabbed by Mr. McGilden, who was wearing the coat at the time. So, wait, hold on a second. If they prove, they could test to see if it was blood, but they can't test to see whose blood it is. But that would mean, if we could prove that it was Mason's, that would mean that Grayson did have a hand in his murder, his father's murder. So, yeah.
Overruled. Lord Van Zykes, make it so at once. With pleasure, my lord. And while we await the results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination.
Once they find that blood on the overcoat, Gina will be...
Counsel!
Yes, my lord!
Your cross-examination?
Of course, my lord. This cross-examination doesn't go well. If I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or really compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. Bro, this is so fucking easy. The man says that 2 shots were fired from that Wendy Banks gun. He's cooked. We have him, boys. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. A fucking chimpanzee could figure this shit out. Hold it! You mean, that's the moment you were shot?
Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as the 3 men were brawling. It was exactly at that moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot.
And the bullet went on to strike the calendar in the wall behind you.
So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped it in a handkerchief. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later.
Mr. Winterbank intended to shoot you, do you think?
Well, now, I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, didn't strike quite home.
When I pulled me gun out on me, he tried to shove me down the way. And then he scampered through that door out back.
At which point, what did you do? Did you do a funny dance?
It's fake. You're fake. You're a stupid bitch. Stupid bitch. You're a stupid bitch. You're a dumb bitch.
Objection.
How? How?
How could I? That's evidence. I'm using the gun evidence. Skibbity bibbity.
Hold it! Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. But that was Mr. Windybank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And as we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you.
Ah, but no, it wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from the Windybank's gun grazed my arm, and yes, the Skulkin's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely. A third gun. Whoa! Another gun that she just happened to have? So why the fuck did she take Windybank's gun?
I don't understand what is happening right now.
The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to be a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time, which you have nothing to support.
Objection.
But no other gun was found at the scene.
Calm yourself, counsel.
Sorry?
You must consider the events in order. At first, I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, and then all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. And it was at that moment the little gutter rat shot him in the back.
A chilling image, I must say.
And so I
So he picked it up, did he? He pick it up? He fucking pick it up?
Hold it!
So, did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room?
That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over.
Over where exactly?
In the direction of the storeroom door, to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then the girl dropped the gun through the peephole into the floor on the side of the door.
But why on earth would she do such a thing?
I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there in case any more tragedies took place.
How are you believing this shit? What? So to prevent any more tragedies, you grabbed a piece of evidence and then ran off. I don't even know what to say about this, dude. So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime.
Yes, it was yours truly. I left the clear up to my lackeys and left.
Clear up? We made a bit of a mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistling-Through here told us to tidy up.
He thinks he's our bleeding mum sometimes.
Well, I was paying you enough, by God.
Ugh. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket?
You little toe rag!
You're like a bull on a gate, aren't you?
Excuse me! Gentlemen. Something wrong, sunshine? That should be my line. You do realize you are violently shaking Mr. Skulkin. Blimey. This D is a bit of a hooligan, ain't he? What was going on just now? You saw him. He grabbed me whistle. Why in blazes, he said, didn't you mention the third gun when we got you down to the station? And why didn't you? 'Cause we didn't know nothing about it, or that flaming people in the door. Sorry about that. I can be prone to losing my rag sometimes. Not hurt. Not hurt, are you? Oh, God blimey. Either way, he's looking at me. I'm telling you, this D's giving me the willies. That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone.
No, that wasn't like Greg's at all. He's normally all sweetness and light, no matter what I say to him.
Yeah, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris.
Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character. What you feeling right now? What are you feeling right now? How are you feeling? On a scale of 1 to 10.
It doesn't explain the picture, though. Why would she grab Windibank's gun, give it back to him just to shoot him in the back.
Hold it!
Found a gun on those McDonald Banks.
Objection! Objection!
Wait, I presented the wrong evidence. Hold on. I did the wrong one.
It was the wrong one.
Objection!
Alright, then that one didn't work at all.
Objection! Hold it!
All over?
Yes, through the peephole, I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now, what with the coat being such a dark color. But I assure you, that garment is sullied with the victim's blood.
Well, it is sullied with blood, that's for sure.
But it's not Mr. Windybank's blood, is it?
No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from when McGill had stabbed him 2 months ago.
So annoying. They'd only accept Harley's chemical analysis with a proof that.
They won't. So unfortunately, we can't use it as evidence to support a cause. So yeah, of course they won't accept our analysis, but some random fucking German did blood analysis, so he's obviously more shit. You know what they say? The rich get richer and the rich get richer and the scope. Google Gamer. Shut!
Hold it!
Mr. Windybank emerged from the storeroom, I believe.
Ringo and Nash were scurrying the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close.
Never been so scared in my life.
Yeah, we just, regular mild-mannered burglars, that's all. We don't like the violence.
Is the carry a gun.
It was self-defense, I tell ya! Self-defense!
What do you mean by you say they were near the entrance of the shop?
I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items.
The music box, of course.
The broker went for Nash in the first place. Then Rinko joined it, making it 2 against 1. So I assumed they can handle the situation. But I was wrong.
I was trying to help me heal above, but the old geezer chucked me over the blooming counter.
So I pulled out my gun on the fella, and that soon made him scamper.
The pair of you setting upon the poor defenseless pawnbroker together? Shame on you!
Sorry, Gov.
I felt a sharp pain in my arm.
Hold it!
Though I could see him through the peep door.
You mean you chased after him?
I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop.
Uh-huh. I'm sure that's the case. And what about the peephole in the door you mentioned?
Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom's door is a solid made of stout wood. But there's a small opening in the head of the mine.
Wait, I keep getting his voice mixed up.
Well, that lets you see what's in there from the outside.
Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night. It doesn't even make any fucking sense either. So, you're telling me she shot the dude, threw the gun through the door, grabbed fucking what's-his-face's firearm, and then fainted. How does that even click? Does that make sense? I don't think that makes sense. And what about you burgling brothers? Did you see what went on through this peephole as well?
Not likely, Gov.
Didn't see nothing of the sort, Gov.
I doubt these 2 buffoons are even aware of the people's existence.
The Skulkin brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Windybanks take place.
Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there.
The defendant?
Yes, though neither of them noticed I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man.
And then, what did you see next? Your penis enlargement pills? Oh,
My lord.
Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination.
explain yourself, officer.
I have a result of the test that was ordered earlier, my lord.
Ah, the blood on the accused's overcoat.
Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objections, Counselor?
No, my lord.
Well, there you have it.
The report, please, Inspector.
Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were the result of splattering following a gunshot wound. End of report.
A gunshot wound? What? It makes sense. Shut up. So, I don't understand. So we know the blood is not his. We know it's not Windibags or whatever the fuck his name is. It's not Windibag. I don't know why I said Windibag. That's the old bitch from the original games. We know it's we know it's Mason's blood, right? We know it's his blood, and we know he wasn't shot. He was stabbed. So that must have been when that happened. And yet, what the fuck? The report says that it was caused what did they say? It was likely caused by a gunshot wound. It would appear that they were the result of splattering following a gunshot wound. But it's not his blood. So what the fuck? Are they just kind of going on the assumption that it was the blood of him? I mean, I guess that makes sense. Like, it's like, oh boy, I don't know. It's fucking weird. This shit's fucking wanker. Wanker. Been a while, man. Came to check and see hi. How are you doing? Shut up! I'm doing good, and it's nice to see your monthly reporting in. You. We're just chilling out, trying to solve a mystery.
Goodness me!
Well, it's a good thing the brothers disappeared.
See? What did I tell you?
No! The blood on that coat is not Mr. Windibanks.
What on earth makes you say that, Counsel?
The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Windibanks's, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. So the blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case.
Objection!
Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my nipple-knees friend? Sorry? 2 months ago in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for for McGilded's innocence? And yet now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer? Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country. Yeah, but that was...
I call it a bully disgrace. Treachery, that's what it is. How do you determine whether the blood is on that coat is 2 months old or not? Even a stereoscope couldn't help answer the problem. So that problem pop out. It can't be done.
Honestly, I just forget my phone exists, so it's common for me to not be on Twitch. Do you just use your phone for Twitch and that's it? That's crazy. That's crazy, bro. But we used Mr. Sholmes' special...
Mr. Sholmes is a detective, not a chemist.
Would you put more faith in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer? I held out Pieroski to starving boy, and he ran away crying. Okay. That's nice. Herlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom. No weight at all. How could you say that?
Victory is sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish, except for those times I lied about not being there, about not taking anything, and about pretty much everything else. But this time, I swear on God, this is the truth. Please believe me.
How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir?
As the witness said, the accused's coat was splattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Grayton could possibly have known that fact is if he saw it happen and lied about it. Or if he is the killer, he could have just lied about it, so... yeah. In other words, his testimony is solid. No, it's not. And the conclusion is singular. No, it's not. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth. It's not. It's not, bro. Dude, it's not. Like, you're literally just going on by his word at this point. He doesn't have any fucking evidence to bring forth for this. He doesn't add anything new besides the blood on the coat. He doesn't mention. You're telling me you're gonna believe the man, the guy who took the bitch threw the gun through the people. He took it for no reason, hid it, and didn't mention it until he was called upon by me. By me? Are you fucking kidding me? How stupid do you have to fucking be? Well, the Warhorse has something to say now, if you please. Mr. Foreman. At this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men? All for one now. Sir.
Guilty.
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 Y'all got brains of fucking rats. I hope you realize this. Every single fucking one of you is so fucking stupid. It's so unbelievably fucking stupid. It just makes me mauled. I'm maulding right now. Am I gonna have to do another fucking prospection, examination, masturbation again? Am I gonna have to do that just to show you guys are stupid as shit? Because all of this is just from us. Oh, God. The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony that you choose to believe now. As opposed to his other testimonies, fuck you, as opposed to the other testimonies he made, which were proven false. But all of a sudden, this one is true because, yeah, it is. Let's make my brain rot. It's all unraveling me so fast. I'm gonna have to pull something out of my ass. How very distressing to be held at such low esteem. I don't know who's speaking. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Officer, you've delivered the report now. That'll be all, thank you. It occurs to me that with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo, that scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind. Is that Hairlock? Is he disguised as a bailiff? That voice. Am I going mad? Ah! It is! It's Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes!
What is the meaning of this? Order!
What business do you have here, detective? Last I heard, you were recuperating in hospital. As well as I would be, had I not been set upon an errand. What errand?
Hurley, it's really you. You're awake at last.
Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you will humor me. In what manner, sir? I can't do this. I have something of great importance I wish to give the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time?
What would you say to this, Lord Van Zykes?
This trial has taken many hours of the court time. Haven't spent so long already. Exactly! Having spent so long already, we don't want to go wasting any more precious time! As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churling to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes. Ah!
Very well then, counsel, you have 5 minutes. Get out. Get out of here.
My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Mr. Sholmes, are you alright now? Ha! Am I alright? I'm all wrong! Sorry? I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray, forgive me should I pass out. Let's make this discussion as short as possible.
Harley, this place is full of idiots. None of them see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is.
Ah, well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community. An oversight on my part. Right. Modesty, surely not. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. He brought me a lunchbox. Thank God I'm hungry. What's that? A lavender furoshiki wrapping? I don't know how to fucking say that. A leaving present from Miss Susato.
She made me lunch. Let's go.
From Miss Susato? If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. What? So wait, what did he say? If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor. I don't understand. Miss Susato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand. And that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you are, won't do, would find yourself in considerable peril. At that very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions. Even present from Miss Susato. Whatever could it be? Oh! It's the... Oh, I don't even... What is that? Is it the cat thing? That's the thing that fucking Iris made that, like, makes cat doors, rooms? You know what I mean? It's a very specific invention, and it's honestly, I feel like it's not good, but whatever. What is this?
Oh! It's the machine I made!
Huh? Huh? Well, I'm right on the money.
Look, I use this. It's my latest invention.
What is that?
I call it the Cat Flapomat. It can make cat flaps for little furry friends like Waggy in seconds. But in the process, destroying your fucking door. What's Susie up to?
Miss Susato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. What? Didn't she say something like that? You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure. Whatever does she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? That night, when you left Mr. Windybanks in pursuit of the thieves, Miss Susato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, dear fellow. Not at all cryptic, then. Susato-san used this cat Flapomat that night? But why?
The cat Flapomat.
Your 5 minutes is over. Alright, well, alright, gang. Let's see it. What does it have? It doesn't have anything. What the fuck? What the fuck? Why did she give me this shit?
It's kind of creepy. I wonder what that is. What is this? Okay. Ooh, his teeth look like they could rip through almost anything.
They're good, aren't they? They're made of special alloy I developed just for this job. The cutter rotates 10 times per second, so it can get through any kind of door in no time at all.
And what are these parts at the top there?
Ah, those are for attaching hinges to the section of the door to get cut out.
Right, of course.
Nothing can match this machine for power. It can make mincemeat of even the toughest of doors.
Sounds so charming and friendly when you say what it's for, but it feels like the reality of the cat Flapomat is that it's a grim weapon for door destruction.
Wagga is so adorable, there's nothing I wouldn't do for him. Even developing deadly weapons.
I love that sentence. Ooh boy. Okay. But what the fuck? Why did she send me this? I don't see what the fuck, dude? What is the point in sending me this? I don't get it. She's like, if all else fails, Herlock. If all else fails, make sure you send Ryunosuke this. It's obvious. Is it? Is it obvious? Oh, why don't you tell me, Mr. Smarty Pants Man? Why don't you fucking tell me? Or are you gonna be like, oh, that would be spoilers. Oh, fucking bitch. Fucking bitch ass. I'll kill you. I'll go. Or maybe I won't actually, because that kind of hurt a little bit. But yeah, fuck you. Meow. Fuck out of the way. I guess we'll find out in due time. We're out of time already? I'm grateful to you for affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, detective. After all, the die is cast. Is it really? The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. I wonder... Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan? The rest is down to me. I need to be careful here. Make the wrong move, the trial will end badly. My lord, the request... Now's the time to cover this. My only chance to appeal to the jurors to change their minds. What do you think you're doing, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry? What of Miss Susato's gracious gesture? Would you let this final piece of evidence she's let you go to waste? Final piece of... This is not a time for an action. This is time to hear from a witness. But that's not possible for me to bring a new witness to the stand at this point.
I don't think that's what Hurley means, Bruno. Have you forgotten where we are in the trial? Huh.
If the defense has nothing more to add, I think...
Hold it!
Wait, my lord. The defense requests further cross-examination.
Objection!
You just requested the jurors have spoken. A proper indication of masturbation.
I want to go ahead and load this just in case he tries to tickle my peanut hole. Further cross-examination.
Objection!
The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine any witness.
The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness. Rather, to continue with one of an existing witness. What? It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. My lord, representing your lordship's permission to interrupt this via cross-examination. Masturbation. Oh yeah, we were in the middle of a cross-examination, weren't we? True. True that.
So nobody can say anything then. If Bruno asks to resume the cross-examination of Mr. Graydon,
The court is obliged to allow it. It's absurd. Your penis is absurd.
I would remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entirely within its rights to request the continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity to conclude the cross-examination. Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony, and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it.
A single chance to prevent evidence?
If, following that, the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to adjudication. Is that clear, counsels? You will not press the witness any further.
My lord. Yes, my lord. A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most gracious. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time I fell in a dead faint. I leave this in your capable hands. Mr. Sharps!
Can somebody please remove him from the court, please? There appears to be a dead body. Like that body. To stand so inscrutably, I don't know how to say that, before the court in a state of such high fever, either the man has extraordinary strength of mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling. I imagine he's feeling a little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers.
Strike a man while he's down, why don't you?
Well then, counsel, are you fully prepared?
yeah, Daddy.
Yes. One statement, one piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down. Or Iris. Oh! I won't waste this final chance that Susato-san has given me. I'm gonna decide the entire outcome of the trial.
Very well then. Cross-examination.
Somebody shot himself at her. I can see him through the peephole. A penis hole.
Objection!
What on earth is that eccentric contraption, Counsel?
Oh, it's my cat flap-o-mat, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of the room. It can cut through any door you can think of and make a new little door for in the middle of it.
That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please, without their owners having to open the door for...
I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves. But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case.
Oh, really?
Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door.
Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I failed to see what this has to do with the matter at hand.
Perhaps it would be best if I describe its function another way, then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all.
I beg your pardon. A peephole, you say?
2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Windybank had taken place. That's right. According to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Sholmes. Yes, the 3 of us were together, and it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time.
Your assistant did what?
There was a peephole in the storeroom, and the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom.
This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there's a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. How else could I have witnessed the crime, for pity's sake?
Yes, how could you?
What? Counsel, kindly say what you mean. What you mean, what you say, what you say, what you mean. What you mean?
Oh! Oh, shit! I never noticed that! What the fuck? That peephole wasn't there, look! It wasn't there at that time. It was only during the 1:30 a.m. that it appears. That's crazy. I never noticed that. Awesome. Told you. Shut up, you didn't tell me anything. You didn't know. You didn't know anything. Who do you know? Who do you voodoo bitch? Alright, it's time to strike the final blow. What I mean to say is, what I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom, and until such a time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through.
What? No! What the fuck?
This is a farce. Are you really suggesting that the peephole in the door was... Yes, it was. Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant using this device.
Your assistant tampered with the crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her own actions. This is a most serious act of vandalism.
For which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in the few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes. Peepholes.
Riddled with... Explain yourself, counsel.
The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based on what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom.
Yes? Yes. And that filthy girl shooting the man in the back.
However, if at the time of the incident, that peephole did not exist in the door, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen! In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies! Your mama.
Order! Is there any credence in this revelation?
Objection!
None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize.
Exactly! This is some cheap trick designed to discredit me.
I'm afraid not, sir.
Of course it is. Do you seriously expect people to believe that plaything can cut through solid wooden doors?
Oh, yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut even the toughest of doors.
That's absurd! I don't believe a second of it!
I had a feeling you would say that.
What?
Waggy, cooey, time for dinner.
When did she make that?
Well,
Oh! Young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not make cat flaps in the oak paneling of the Old Bailey. I'm not done yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean that the people in the storeroom door at Windybanks was made by your machine, you jackanape.
I'ma kill you. Am I getting his accent? Am I losing his accent? I feel like I'm losing his voice. I'm losing my voice, obviously. But that's besides the point. Finger point. Finger game.
This doesn't mean that the people in the storeroom door at Windybanks was made by your machine. It could have been made by another machine, and there's no way you can prove that it was.
no, but it's easy.
What?
The cat flaps of my cat flap mat creates are all of a fixed size. And the dimensions of the peephole of Windybanks are an exact match. Oh, Silky's lost for words.
Excellent work, Iris. Thank you. You could install a cat flap on your door instead of leaving it open. Well, that's not necessarily a bad idea. I'd have to replace the door. That's kind of where my issue lies. I'd have to I'd have to replace the entire fucking door. And now it is my learned student friends' turn to be lost for words, I feel. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for their Eastern Island home. Well, yes, that's true. Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all these facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume the people has dimensions that are a perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when will the people cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer.
What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Zykes?
It is very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the people was created after the incident using this device. But now the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof. Even if she did testify to it, would you have believed her anyways? I feel like you wouldn't have. Just cut a hole in it and put a flap on it? With what? With what? With what tool? We don't have any fucking tools here. And we'd have to put a cat flap on there. I could talk about it with Mom and see if we can discuss it, but I don't think that's gonna happen.
and therefore the defense remains unable to prove when the repeal was made. My learned friend's claims amounts to nothing more than baseless accusation. Come on, bro. Indeed, that is so, Mr. Vaughn Sykes. Well, counsel,
Don't give up now, Bruno. We can prove it. 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 We can prove it.
Well, very well. Counsel will present evidence, proof that Mr. Windybanks got a tiny car.
Take that!
What are you? A print from the detective's infernal cameras again? My judicial assistant, Miss Susato Miko Toba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof. And the necessary proof is this photographic print, counsel. This print shows the scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielded the gun in the direction of the defenseless broker. But more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background.
Let me see that print again. I don't believe it. This really is quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom is completely devoid of people in the description.
Mr. Graydon, you couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done, because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door. In other words, your testimony is a catalog of lies. Order! I am satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claims beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness's testimony was entirely fallacious. That's not the only thing we know beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with the crime scene. And what the fuck are you gonna do about it? She's over in Japan. But more importantly, good lord, there's more, Lord Van Sykes. The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury, but that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer. Really? We're still going on about this? So, what? So then why was he lying about it then? In fact, that could only prove that he was the killer. Because he lied about everything. What are you who are you jerking off to, man? What? You are on some copium right now. Yes, that's right.
What?
I was there at the scene, it's true. And I was shot in the arm, it's true, but that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here.
You're not. Oh, please. No. Stop. You can't this doesn't make any sense. But they're right. No, it doesn't! As it stands now, we know that his whole fucking testimony, that doesn't mean that he's a witness. That means he's the only person he could have fucking...
Still, he can't worm his way out of it now.
Iris?
You know what they say? There's no point in locking the cat's door after the cat's already has bolted. Isn't that right, Bruno? As Hurley always says, one lie begets another. No, wait, that might have been the line I wrote for him in one of my stories. Well, No matter who said it first, you're right.
Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense. Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark? What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there's a fundamental inconsistency in your statements. What?
Objection!
Is he talking about the gun? How could he have got... Yeah, that's true. How could he have picked up and ran with the gun if there was no peephole? This is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this inconsistency. And Lyman gets another. The inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witness statements. It's shown that Mr. Grayson had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known. The bloodstains that were present on Miss Lestrade's coat. That's right! The victim's blood spattered all over her when she shot him. But how could you possibly have known that? Obviously, because I saw her do it to the people in the... No, go ahead, finish your sentence. Go ahead. Go ahead. Say it. Come on, I'll say it with you. The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. You're not making any sense. Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the peephole in the storeroom door? What? Well, obviously, I... Ah! Oh! Has the cat got your tongue, witness? Hold on, I need to check something real quick. Sorry, I'm gonna mute the game real quick, because I'm gonna be playing another video in the background. And the... Brief. Alright, cool. Alright, I got my voice back. Brief. The peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred. Once I returned to the shop, having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windibanks' constantly carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Well, yes, of course. The place is chock full of pawned articles, and my lads have to thoroughly examine them all. So I gave the order to have officers working around the clock in shifts so we can get through it all. And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to that shop. Therefore, you should have known. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the peephole in the storeroom door. So the fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable.
Objection!
What? And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the peephole of the door. How on earth is that possible? Could I have a word, please, Lord Van Sykes? Speak, Inspector. It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put my report. There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony, so if it's not the same to you, permission denied. Oh. It's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. Of course, sir. Mr. Graydon. You shouldn't have known about the existence of that peephole. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else.
Objection!
Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications. Yes, but the defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. And in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person that could be.
Who is this person in question, counsel? Who gave the witness the details of the crime scene?
It was him. It was your boy.
Take that!
The truth is, it could only have been you, Inspector Gregson.
Objection!
You had better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend. Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Gradson's identity for the last few hours. We learned of it only during the course of the trial today.
Indeed, preparations for his testimony were only made with great urgency during our hour-long recess. While the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communications station.
And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea. Not an inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court.
Are you suggesting that until that such time as he was summoned?
Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the people. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position. That he would have to defend himself against the accusations that he was the third intruder. They're suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information so that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin. Exactly. And there's only one person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with. It's you. It's you, Inspector Gregson.
Oh, good lord.
This is a blooming outrage. Why would I be giving away details of our investigation to this fella, eh? I was summoned here to his lordship's chamber during the recess in any case. Had you forgotten that?
Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery. Which means the first time these two laid eyes on one another was after the proceedings resumed following the recess. Since then, they've been in full view of the stand, where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred.
Homie, did you forget when Gino showed up? Did you forget that him and fucking Greggy Poo were discussing shit? Come on now.
Ooh, I just remembered something, Bruno.
What is it, Iris?
There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Ginny was testifying.
Oh yes, now that you mention it. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve McGilded's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it! It was during that testimony! I remember finding it strange at the time. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seemed to be having some kind of secret discussion. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed. Shut up! You little toe-rag! Toe-rag! You're making all this up! I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud! Why would I do something like that? Why would I be giving away confidential details to the likes of this bloke? Admittedly, you wouldn't have any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind. Then it starts to make more sense. What deal, Counsel? I wonder if perhaps, in exchange for details about the people at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon would agree. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector.
I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that, if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance.
Well,
Objection!
It's becoming clear that jumping in with accusations is this Nipponese student's specialty. I don't do that. But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim. Evidence? Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return? The court must see proof of this alleged deal. Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon. And logically, there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it.
I don't know. You think it could be?
Yes. It's the missing link that would join all the dots together in the puzzle. I must press you for the answer now. What evidence proves that your penis is small?
I mean, it's obviously the second disc, right? It's the second disc because we know he took it.
Take that!
Oh, that was it. Inspector Gregson. Besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case? What are you getting at now, sunshine? Is it possible that this other top secret case is what's alluded in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice. How in the bleeding Nora could you? We discovered, during the course of this trial, the music box deposited at Windibanks's by Magnus McGilded. A special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs were in McGilded's possession, that were in Mr. whatever, fucking douchebag, are the leaked classified secrets. So, I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case. You little... Ah!
Order! Order! Order!
On the day of the incident, when we met you at Windibanks, you said this. I'll be taking that, whatever it is, of McGilded's down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over!
No, don't give it to him. It's mine,
I'm sorry, miss, but anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken as evidence now. Scotland Yard already knew at the time, isn't that right? But Magnus McGilded was involved in the stealing of government secrets. My orders were recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush. And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume.
Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information.
Well, I mean, not likely. I mean, I wasn't that sure of it myself. I realized it was a possibility, that's all.
Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire a second of these music box discs, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness? To aid and abet this man in giving false testimony? There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known of the existence of the people. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men.
No!
Objection!
If, and I stress if, this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth, it would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom.
Wait, what? In this room? How could you possibly make a claim like that?
Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective.
What? What's that supposed to mean, eh?
As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly, he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hands. Good gracious, then, you mean to say Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? He has the second disc actually on his person?
Yes!
The defense demands the inspector is searched at once.
Definitely! They could only have struck a deal with each other when Ginny was testifying before. And Gracie hasn't moved from the witness stand since.
My lord, please, order an examination of his personal effects immediately. Well, Inspector,
This young lad wants to tone it down his imagination. He's insulted me and my profession quite enough. However, if it'll put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, I'll happily submit to a body search. What? He's going to agree to it.
did he shove it up his sphincter? I presume you're aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned stupid friend. You made the most serious accusation against Scotland Yard here. If, following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end, and my country's governments will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded. That sounds serious. Indeed, to have a visiting student make such defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force is not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook.
You're just threatening Bruno because you're scared.
The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences. That's true. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. The disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here. Very well then. Very well, counsel. You know the implications, so let me ask you one final time. Yes, my lord. Do you still persist in formally requesting a search of the inspector? Yes, the defense formally demands the search be conducted. Well, don't say you weren't warned, but your typical nipple-knee stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good.
Fair enough. I've got nothing to hide.
Well then, very well then. Bailiff, conduct...
The defense demands a search, but not of the Inspector Gregson.
What?
Now what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me. No, Inspector, not you. Somebody else. What's the meaning of this, eh? Lost it at last, have you, sunshine? The court shouldn't have to put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational.
Be quiet, all of you. Who said that?
Be quiet, all of you! Bruno's doing what you all told him to do and having the courage of his convictions. So you should respect and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way.
Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction and eagerly awaits his next words.
You what? Now don't be so hasty, my lord.
If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today, I'm fairly sure I know who has the disc in the moment. There's only one person it could be.
Counsel, of whom do you request to be searched? Of the search, who do you search? Whose bitch ass do you search?
Take that!
Mr. Ashley Graydon, my lord. The defense demands he be searched at once.
Very well. I presume you will not protest, Mr. Graydon.
Au contraire.
And so a brief search was found. A few short minutes later, it was revealed had nothing in particular on his person at all. Damn. So if he had nothing...
Take that!
What if it was Ringo?
Mr. Nash Skulkin.
Well, I never...
Blimey! Me? Him?
Very well then, bailiff. Restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects.
Please, my lord.
Inspector?
Scotland Yard has to object to the search.
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. In this courtroom, only the prosecution and defense have the authority to object. But Lord Van Zykes, I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial.
Bailiff, carry out the search!
Now, hold on, Mo. I don't know nothing. Nothing about no disc. Cut it out! Ah! Here, my lord! In the witness's pocket! I found this!
Good Lord, that's...
Another music box disc.
I don't know nothing about it. Nothing.
That is the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGilded.
Is it not, Inspector Gregson? Ah!
Order! 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 Mr. Skulkin, what have you What have you to say for yourself?
Gordon Bennett. I mean, just Gordon Flavin Bennett. I swear I didn't know nothing about that disc. Honest to God.
Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? The alleged deal that was struck was between this witness and this detective, no?
Without question, my lord.
Then for pity's sake,
Why on earth was this man in possession of the disc that the inspector traded for information? Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment. Oh yeah, when he shook him.
I don't recall. What unusual behavior?
It was, yes, during my cross-examination with Mr. Graydon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbroker that night, was it by chance the second disc in your pocket?
I admit nothing to the sort. He's killing him. He's killing him. He's murdering him. He's going to kill him.
While Mr. Graydon answered my questions, the inspector appeared to have grabbed the Nash Skulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently. I didn't
Yeah, he didn't know. Thought me noggin was gonna fall clean over, I did. I was wishing I'd been born as me brother, I was.
And what exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that?
I got a glue. He just suddenly turned on me, turned and grabbed me whistle like that and started shaking me. Oh, the blazes, didn't you mention the third gun when he got down to the station? That's what he said. He yelled it right in me ear, what he did. Me head's still throbbing now.
The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been then that he did. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc.
Well, bless my wig, he hid it. But I'm afraid I failed to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, why on earth would he then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? This is a court of law. He could have submitted the item as evidence.
It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that.
Why ever not?
As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions.
Yeah, we already know that.
Hush, hush. A top secret agreement, is it? Assignment, is it?
As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if the information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Let's sum up the situation, Inspector. I'm operating under direct orders from the Ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question. So, realizing there was a chance that you may be searched in here in Curl, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness.
Does this mean...
He only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get it close enough to him, to slip the second disc in his pocket.
So it was a pretense. Well now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Graydon, are you prepared to admit to the accusation made against you of this alleged deal?
Admit to it. Yours truly, please.
Mr. Graydon,
Clearly, our Eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there's no proof that I passed that disc to the inspector.
but then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the people?
I'm under no obligation to explain.
What? Yes, you are. Because if you don't explain it, then you're a bitch. What?
Yes, I lied in my testimony, that I admit, so sentence me accordingly. I lied about this testimony, I lied about that testimony, I lied about everything, but
fuck? Please believe me this one time. I swear I did not have the disc. I swear on me mum. And on my dead father. But that is all I admit. Murder, leaking government secrets, striking a deal with the detective. All of it is this young Eastern man's fancy. I have no idea what any of that is about.
You... What? See, I don't see how he could plead ignorance at this point. Like, how? Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit about making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc?
Ladies and gents of the jury, as a Scotland Yard inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I am acting in the best interest of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice.
Even if it means letting a murderer go free, huh?
So, as members of the public of this fine country, I'd like to think that justice will be guiding your light when you're making your decision.
That is quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in the concluding of the trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter to the jury in their final readings.
Well now, as a fellow servant of the Queen of this country, I must say I sympathize with the old inspector.
Yes, he is a dependable man, I'm quite sure. In service, one becomes a good judge of character.
Even crossing your eyes. Even crossing your eyes doesn't help. When it comes to looking at this case, it's all blurred to me.
Well, as a fellow professional, I like to put my faith in the detective, really.
Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop.
Detective is very much trust in eyes. More than this, I cannot say.
I don't believe it. These 6 jurors they're going to believe Gregson? If they declare the decision now...
Is Jenny gonna be found guilty?
If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're gonna lose. Either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Windybank, or stole those government secrets, or some evidence to force Gregson to admit that he struck a deal with the witness.
Well then, counsel, I think it's time I impose to the jurors to declare their final decisions, no? That is, unless you have some compelling evidence that you have thus far not presented to the court.
I let the jurors generally be found guilty.
So there's no choice then. Bruno, you have to throw some more evidence at them.
This is it now. It all comes down to this. Who do I present evidence against? Gregson or Graydon? Your pronunciation of big words is horrible. Bro, dude, my throat is dying right now, so you can go fuck yourself. Mr. Graydon, there was one final piece of evidence I would like you to see.
You misguided fool! Whatever you intend to show me now, you'll be wasting your time. I have nothing left to lose. Dance. I assure you, I will admit to nothing.
This is my last chance. Gargle some milk. Bro, I'm lactose intolerant. I'm gonna be shitting my ass all day. Like, I don't see how they could be innocent in any of the cases. He hasn't proved his innocence. I've disproved his innocence. pain.
Take that!
What on earth is this, Council?
Irrefutable proof, my lord, that the corrupt dealings between these two. Gargle almond milk? We don't have that. What? What are you talking about? Actually, the fuck do you drink besides soda? Water? Bro, I only drink soda when, like, I go to a restaurant or some shit. In the house, I just drink mainly water. Let me think here. Okay. So we know that what's his face? So Gregson, or whatever his fucking name is, claims that he never handed, or no, Grayson, whatever. He never handed the disc to the inspector, but we know he broke in. He obviously tampered with the music box because the music box had the other disc in it. So he must have had to take it out, because he's the only one who could have known about that. But if he claims that the music disc was not passed to Gregson, like he didn't make a deal, so then how the fuck did he get the disc then? How did he know where the disc was? I think that's the only way I think that's the only thing. Inspector Gregson, there's one final piece of evidence I would like you to see. Yeah, what is it then? If you refuse to acknowledge that you did in fact strike a deal with the witness here today, then you leave us no choice but to examine this piece of evidence thoroughly. Yeah, go on.
Take that!
Yes! Woo! Let's go!
Is that Mr. McGilded's peculiar music box, Council?
Yes. With the disc already in place, ready to play, I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time, with the second disc we've just discovered set in place as well.
Goodness, this disc, Council.
Hold it!
No! Wait! I can't let you do that! Why not? Because, well, because it's got nothing to do with this case. That's why. Not true, Inspector. Eh? The defense has already proposed that the sound heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of two distinct tones. The defense believes that the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. And now we have a chance to confirm that theory.
For crying out loud, Sunshine! We're talking about state secrets here! If you go letting the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason!
Then do you admit the charge? that in order to protect these state secrets, you engaged in unlawful dealings with the witness. You're mad. If you let that secret information out into the public domain, you'll be making an enemy to the entire British government, you idiot!
Objection!
Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness. That you continued to lie to the court, and all because, by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine. Don't you dare. I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. My lord, if you please, the court must hear the sound made by that music box. Come on, Van Sykes! For Pete's sake, stop him!
Objection!
Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. In this courtroom, my duty is to the law, so let me propose a toast to uncovering the truth, by fair means or foul. Ow! Very well. The defense's stance here, and that of the prosecution, has been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance to the defense's request, the court will now listen as this music box is set in operation once more. This time, with the second disc in place and both discs playing simultaneously. Oh, listen to that. It's unmistakable now. It's Morse code. All right, I admit it. Whatever you want, but for the love of God, shut that blooming box up! Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you, or did you not, strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon? Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the peephole in the pawnbroker's storeroom door, Inspector? I did.
Stop! What are you doing, man?
It's all exactly as the young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial resumed after the recess, and we were stood here in the stand together, that's when he approached me with a deal.
Shut up, you imbecile! Shut up! Psst. You there. You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbrokery the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector, with me at this very moment. So how about a trade? I'd suggest you accept. Our information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed.
I couldn't let that information become public knowledge, not under any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal and told him the details of the case that should have put him in the clear. The people in the storeroom door, and the bloodstains on the overcoat. By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. Yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury. I did. But then it turned out
the people had only been made that night, after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest. Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime, namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the perpetrated the murder of the perpetrator, Mr. Pop Windybank. I broke my stick, traitor! I'm gonna kill you! I'm killing you! I'm killing you now! I'm just gonna let this man do his thing? What is happening right now? Bailiff! Bailiff! Restrain that man! At once! And that's it then. It's all over. I despised my life growing up. Those slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. So I was set about studying, to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole.
And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination.
But then you decided to try to sell government secrets? Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out, with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could have ever imagined. Then, one day, I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilded. You're a fiend with a queer talent, you are. I have money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with me. Go along with me, a little plan now. I was to steal the ministry's telegraphic message logs, and McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspections of the ministry's communication office, it was a simple task.
The lure of the devil's offerings. How easy it is to succumb. But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing.
And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable.
By using the music box.
My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child.
Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton.
That's right. He was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagined his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years ago.
Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, eh?
He was a different man to the one in my memory. A thin, frail old man. But poverty had never broken him. Never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason, so I made up a story. I've got some word for you, Father. I need some music box discs made.
Music box discs, eh? A musician's friend of mine has written some music he wants to
A musician's friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I brought the score with me. There are 2, actually.
I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft.
And that's how I had him make the 2 discs.
Thereby splitting the information in 2. You're taking considerable precautions indeed.
It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in 2 separate transactions. The first involved the first of the 2 discs and the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then, on the receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas.
So, what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago was the second part of the deal. The exchange of the second disc?
Yes. I'd sold the man information that way a number of times already, but it seems he become reluctant to part with his money.
But that doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon. For why it was on that omnibus 2 months ago, your father, Mr. Milton, was the one dealing Mr. McGilded and not yourself.
When I received the 1,000 guineas after my first dealings with McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. But my father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious. And when he did, he said to me,
Next time there's an exchange, you'll let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore.
That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, take the money from McGilded. That's it. He had no idea what was actually on the discs I asked him to make. He never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. It was only then I found out what sort of monster McGilded really was. So after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore on my father's name. To exact revenge.
Revenge? Ah, so it was him who set fire to that thing. As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine, McGilded brought all of his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. To crush any semblance of justice in his trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. That trial 2 months ago was a farce from the start to finish. My feet had barely touched British soil back then. I walked into that hornet's nest, completely unaware of the sinister background to it all.
I'd made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then, so I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in this city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself had shown me that.
Are you saying that?
I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything in his favor in this courtroom to ensure that he walked free, I took matters in my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved. That tragic accident following the trial 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. McGilded's death that day was caused by this man.
Ah, so he was the bailiff, okay.
Kinda makes sense.
He's the only one here without a mustache.
Everything is ready, sir, if you'd like to follow me into the courtroom.
What's this, officer? 'Tis sooner than I was led to believe.
I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There are some changes to the schedule.
Well, I must be making tracks now. 'Tis time for the inspection. They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. So that policeman who came to tell McGilded he could examine the omnibus again.
That's right, an imposter hired by me. He also used the same voice as me, so just letting you know right now. Totally. McGilded used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGilded inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death. A spine-chilling account indeed. But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see.
A loose end.
Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with Mr. McGilded.
Ah, yes. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime.
When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. This is the first of the 2 discs, and the music box you need to play them.
Well, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, 10 guineas for you, young man.
What's this? Windybank's Pawnbrokery?
Aye, there's a pawnbrokery ticket for it. So it is. You can use it to redeem an article I've deposited there for you. There's no need to give a name. Just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend to watch for it. I put a jewel in pawn for you. It'll fetch a good 10 pennies if you sell it. So it will.
I've never heard of a pawnbrokery being used in quite that way before.
Have you not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokeries are very useful places, you know. Each one is like an extremely secure vault.
So I knew that if he'd taken steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. So that, on the night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone.
Yes, to Gina. I remember now. When we first met you at Windybanks that afternoon 2 days ago, you had a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How did you know who you were looking for?
From the trial. That pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she was another of McGilded's pawns, that he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the tickets. So I started making some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline.
And he was absolutely right.
And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was wait until the girl went to Windybanks to redeem the articles. But, unfortunately, she redeemed only McGilded's overcoat and the one disc that was in its pocket. the all-important music box with the second disc inside was missing.
Because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier.
But I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion.
Meanwhile, fucking hell. Meanwhile, our investigation into the stolen government secrets was progressing. We picked up the fact that McGilded was involved. Inspector, we recovered fast. My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible. So we started gathering the fellows' possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on in the yard, but we had to keep it quiet as we could.
Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc were still there in the shop somewhere, so I knew that it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did.
So that's what prompts you to break into the place that same night. With the help of your old friends, the Skullkid brothers.
What happened that night in the pawnbrokery, I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I'd located the music box I'd sold to McGilded on the shelves of forfeited articles.
And the second disc was inside?
Yes. I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened.
What are you doing in my shop? Bah! You son of a bitch!
A gunshot rang out in the shop, and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm.
The broker fired his gun, and the bullet pierced your limb.
Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun for that night, just in case. Before I knew what was happening, I'd fired back. The man was already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge.
Hey, sorry, Tail.
It all took in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Windy Banks on that wretched night.
Earlier, you called him McGilded a monster. A man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. What tragic irony. For what you have done is exactly the same. You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilded.
Yes, I think I have.
Well, this has been a long, exhausting trial. However, it would seem that at last we have arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, what of Mr. Ashley Graydon?
He has been restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Windybank and the stealing of government secrets.
Very good. And you, Inspector? Regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself.
Yes, my lord, of course.
It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. And that fact remains whether or not you were doing so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable. Now the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Oh, yeah.
It is time for the final education. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman?
Yes, sir! Garrett Ibs Squadron standing by, sir. This is really it now. The last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver the verdicts.
Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You will now declare the final decision, your final decision to the court.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
That's the stuff. I'm off the hook.
Finally, Bruno, you managed to do it.
Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure we'd come out on top for a while there.
Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world.
Miss Lestrade, I am not finished with you yet.
What are you looking at me for?
Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider. 2 months ago, in my courtroom no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Windybank's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGilder's property, it seems.
I never done nothing of the sorts.
Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing the Gilded's coat in your cell yesterday or anything.
Oh. And just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Jenny this evening.
And turning our attention to the defense. Determining that, when played together, the music box disc contained a message in Morse code was... well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, counsel. Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast. To demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom. Very sorry about that. It was the only other way I could get Inspector Gregson to admit what he'd done, so... If I may say something at that point, isn't that... It's about the sounds produced by the music box before. I do wonder if there was really Morse code at all. What? What are you saying, madam? Oh, well, it's just I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much so that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes, in fact. Goodness, madam, an unhealthy level of obsession that one feels. But I must say, in my opinion, the sounds produced by those two discs were nothing more than that. A meaningless series of two different tones. What? Can that really be? It wasn't Morse code at all? My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box once again. Are you off your nutter? How many times do I have to tell you those discs contain ministerial secrets, Sunshine? This courtroom is not appropriate forum to discuss the nature of government communications. We know McGilded conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies. Secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further. It's really gonna bother me. Miss Lestrade,
Yeah, my lord.
that which you have seen today here in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing. Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalogue of depravity. An appalling experience to befall any child.
Come on, ain't nothing I done. Say most days in the back slums.
I beg your pardon?
If you're weak, you pay for it. That's how life goes. But look, I reckon I worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you want it to change,
God, I can't fucking speak anymore.
you've got to start at home. You've got to change how you are yourself.
Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pop Winterbank, proprietor of a pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, not guilty.
Shit, fireworks in there? Not too sure that's... I'm pretty sure that's kind of dangerous, but you know, whatever.
That is all. Court is adjourned. On a personal note, I must say you surprised me, my Far Eastern friend. Oh! Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense to the malice that festered within that Englishman. And at the same time, saw through the grim to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside. You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again, here in the courtroom. You did? When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Though, through you, I hope to look into the eyes of a man I once knew and try to understand. You mentioned something similar earlier today, about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly? Well, you may ask. And one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not. Alright, and then I'll wait for that day if I must. Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey, and my retirement from service 5 years ago. It gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. So, farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow. Until we meet again. You think they're gonna, like, kiss later and make up? That's my theory. That's my game theory. It's done. It's over at last. But... where's Iris disappeared to? Ah! Ah!
Congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent.
Huh. Well, you knew what you said, Mr. Naruto. You believed in me, right up to the end. You're as old as your name.
What's odd about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I? You want them to kiss? Yeah.
No one ever has before, see? Kept a promise, properly.
That's awful.
I figured something out today. All my life, growing up in the slums, I've never trusted no one. Well, that's just cause I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down.
Yes, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in that trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know, though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently, too. Trusting in someone is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. And when your gut tells you it's the right thing to do, and you trust yours rewarded. There's no better feeling in the world. I think I have you to thank. I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson.
Oh, well, if you say so. Don't make a fat lot of sense to me, though.
I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure.
For crying out loud, pack it in! But I suppose I sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else, or is, alright.
Thanks. This is the way I see it, Ryunosuke. As a defense lawyer, it is only as good as his faith in his client. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean. Kazuma. Am I really living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? Pardon the intrusion.
Oh shit.
It's him. But what the deuce does a man have to do with to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? That voice. It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for the entirety. Ah, yes, it was me all along. I would have said when finally you noticed me. But you people with your incessant babbling.
Ah, Mr. Sholmes!
Ah ha ha! Yes, it was me all along. You see? I'd assumed you'd be taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again. Oh. I happen to be aware of one or two foibles. I don't know what that means. Of the doctor who was tending me. I merely made my knowledge to them known to the man, and he happily issued me with a leave of absence. How very above board. But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations, Oronoda. As a close friend, I tip my hat at you. Oh, thank you.
Some great detective you are! Great at being cold as ice, maybe!
Have I irked you in some way, Miss Lestrade?
While you've been having a snooze in your nice soft bed, some of us have been fighting for our lives!
Ah, well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. So I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps cold as ice, but, well, have a feeling. Could you take your hands off my neck? Could you take my hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes? And in some way, I suppose, congratulations are in order for you too, Mr. Lestrade. My back is fucking killing me right now, bros. Give it a big old stretch. Give it a big old stretch. Skip it mountain butter.
What's that supposed to mean? Why so half-hearted?
Well, naturally, it wasn't my intention to alarm you, but an acquittal in the trial in that a particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. Well done, Mr. Sholmes, not alarming in the slightest.
Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Because anyone who's found not guilty in the trial he was working on warrants up dead anyways. Is that it?
The very point I was trying to make. As exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilded, in fact. Ah, but of course, I pay no attention to such a rational drivel myself.
Yeah, well, it don't bother me.
Oh, really? Sit up straight, then?
No. Because, of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like I'm upstairs.
Him upstairs? You mean, like God?
Yeah, I'm upstairs. Him upstairs knows what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. He won't have got the wrong end of the stick. There's some cubs, like that bog trotter, that are rotten to the core. At the end of the day, I'm upstairs, him upstairs makes sure they get what they deserve.
I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking matters in his own hands and claiming lives is another.
Well,
Ugh, good grief, I can't fucking speak!
well, I ain't like the McGildeds or this world, so I ain't scared. I got principles, see?
A trait in which you is to be admired, Miss Lestrade.
Oi! Just give me a rest, alright?
As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina.
Well, There you are, Hurley! How long have you been here? Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there.
I'm dying of help. Ah, Iris, my dear. I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. The pair just made utter fool of themselves.
What happened?
As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room dressed as a bailiff. But these dolts didn't notice my presence at all. They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it? Would you credit it?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure, really.
I beg your pardon.
I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's gonna land you in trouble one day.
Oh, be careful. Ouch.
Anyway, it's such a shame. I was so hoping to throw a party for Jenny tonight. But you won't be able to come, will you? It don't look like I'm gonna be going nowhere for a while. You heard the Judge Patter. I've got stuff to make amends for, apparently. Holding offenses. What was it again? Breaking and entering, taking the book for the stuff without... was it like blah blah blah?
Yes, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense.
But dwarfing ain't an offense. It's a job, ain't it?
I don't think so.
Still, it has got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Otto?
Well, no, but I was never a pickpocket.
Well, anyways, I reckon I could make a change. I'm gonna do something for them. For all of them locked me from the slums. Something that makes a difference for them. That's a wonderful idea, Jenny. And I'm sure you can do it. What is it? Nothing.
Miss Jenny Lestrade? The prison carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once.
Right. Well, looks like I'm off then.
Yes. Goodbye, Gina, and good luck.
Otto?
Yes. Oh boy. Ah! What was that for?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so...
Ah, indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrade. I don't know how to say that word, so you can fuck yourself. On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you.
Oh. Oh, yes. It's good advice, Jenny. Right. I see. Well...
You could see the top of her hair.
Thanks, Otto. Thank you for everything what you've done, for believing in me.
Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. That was cute for like 2 seconds. Well, there she goes. I wonder if I'll ever see her again. Well, well, quite the indomitable pick purse.
Oh, I nearly forgot. I bought a paper outside. It's a special edition, and this trial is written. Fuck. And this trial is all over the front page. Pickpocket's innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful?
You should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled.
Oh no, how silly of me. But anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news?
Ugh, not again.
Well, what do you say, Bruno Hurley?
As usual, I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first.
Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news.
And there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them these days, doesn't it?
Let's not go there.
Alright then. Let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. There was a record level of rainfall, apparently.
Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort. Alright then, what's the bad news?
The huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailing out of the Dover has been delayed by a day or more.
Wait, Dover?
That's right. If we head to the station immediately, we may still make it in time to wave Susie off.
But there won't be a train, surely. We wouldn't be that lucky. Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes? I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangements for a special express. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. And I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole. I don't
the great detective does it again. Indeed he does. I happen to be aware of a number of the rail transport directors' foibles. What? I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he simply laid the locomotive elementary. Ugh. Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way.
What are we waiting for then? To London, Victoria!
Wow, look at that cow. Oh wait, no, that's a horse. Never mind.
That took somewhat longer than I had anticipated.
Susie's boat is about to leave now.
Mr. Sato, where are you? Oh, there she is. Over there, look! Looks like she's reading something. Hold it! Mr. Sato, wait! What are you doing? Oh! View. View. Mr. Naruhodo? What are you doing here? We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard that sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see. Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go? It went well. She was acquitted. That's wonderful. Really wonderful news. The book you were about to throw into the sea. Was it your Encyclopedia of British Law? It was your Encyclopedia of British Law, wasn't it? Oh dear. I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now. So, I was saying my final farewell. You were saying goodbye to law? You, Susato-san? Would I be correct in assuming it's because of the peephole, Miss Susato? I deliberately altered the scene of a crime, and then I tried to hide the fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable.
That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie?
On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember.
Oh yes, we had a wonderful time.
Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? To the art of pickpocketing, I mean.
Oh, that was so much fun. I stole Runo's armband.
Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. That band's very important to me.
Well, if it's so important, you should pay attention to it. You didn't notice for ages.
On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take your cat flapomat. So I put it in my sleeve.
Really?
And then I rather forgot about it until I found myself in Mr. Winterberg's shop with it later that night. I see. And then... Ah! Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes! Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo. Right. After Mr. Naruhodo left the shop, I started to think. That door started to play on my mind. The storeroom door, you mean? Yes. If Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could be only behind that door. And at that moment, the little device I had up my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know. So you used the cat flapomat to make the peephole in the door.
As captured in a photographic print of the shop by one of Hurley's red-handed recorders.
Indeed. It was the first importance. It was of the first importance, that point. Precisely when the people was made, that information would prove to be Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Though, naturally, without proof, it would have amounted to nothing. But when I looked through the hole in the door, the sight that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remembered that trial 2 months earlier. The trial of Magnus Gilding. I thought about how he manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then a terrible thought occurred. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Windybank. Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing, you were worried that the true culprit would try and frame her for a crime. That's right. But then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case.
What do you mean?
Well, the crime scene appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsify, to have a witness, to have witnessed it, I can't fucking speak. There would have been a way to see beyond the door. For which a peephole would be the very thing. Only the peephole I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. And the criminal would know that if it wouldn't make any difference, so it wouldn't make any difference. But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not? A trap? Is that why she did it?
So, is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made a peephole to anyone, not even to the police.
I know. And I knew that at the time what I was doing was wrong. A criminal offense even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. If Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner, with no other possible means to escape, the truth about the peephole could save him. That was my plan. She really does think of everything. But then, why didn't you just tell me everything? Tell me everything before the trial began. My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. You could have been disbarred if you had been seen to have knowingly tampered with the crime scene. So Mr. Sato decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. For your sake, and Miss Lestrade's. Mr. Sato? The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I'd lost a little of my faith in the law.
Oh.
I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. But the moment I allowed myself to think that, it was the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant. What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydon is the one who lied in the witness stand, using that peephole as a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if the peephole inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not at all sure that she would have been acquitted in the end. Mr. Sato, what you did saved Gina's life. Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you've saved me too from my regrets. Well, we must be all thankful that Miss Lestrade's freedom has been reassured. Or as it should. Yes, exactly. Although, some of the loose ends in the trial will continue to play on my mind, for sure. But the revelation in that music box disc contained secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo. What a triumph to work that out. I'm full of admiration. Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was. Womp womp. Oh, it wasn't. There was a communications officer among the jury members, you see. A telegraph operator. She said that the majority of the sounds on the disc were just meaningless tones. As one would expect. After all, we are talking about secret government communications. No doubt they were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood, should they have been intercepted. In cipher? I see. So then, we could never have hoped to understand the message anyway. Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero-pi problem, I assure you. So-gi. What?
Well, that can't be a real word, can it? How fun.
Wait, Iris, what did you just say?
Oh, I just said asogi. Does that word mean anything? Mean something to you?
Means something. Asogi was the name of my best friend.
What?
But how? How did you know that name, Iris?
I wrote it down during the trial before, when the message was playing on the music box.
She transcribed it on the fly? Really is a genius.
I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. But whatever I tried, the words didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least.
Oh,
So suddenly, it suddenly occurred to me, you see. There's more to one Morse code, not just in English. Not just the English variety.
Meow. Fuck
Various, shut up. Various countries around the world have altered and added to Morse code to use it in their own languages.
I don't believe it. Are you saying...
That's right. I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before, but I think it's based on the Iroha pentagram, isn't it?
You mean to say that in Japanese Morse code, the message says asogi?
Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all the Japanese Morse code.
Iris, would you let me see that? Mrs. Sato, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code? Yes, I spent some time studying it. Because I'm quite sure Morse code, shut up! Morse code will become ever so more important for international communications. Then, might I recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version. Be that as it may, Iris, show me the message, please.
Of course.
But what can this possibly mean? Whatever is in that long sequence of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes, it's made the color drain from Susato's son's face. There's no doubt that this message was written in Japanese Morse code. So the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications? I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names. Four names? The first is K, Asogi. Kazuma Asogi. Why is his name on my disc? The second is A, Shin. Shin? I don't recognize that name. The third is T, Guragusen. Gregson? Gregusen. Ah, it would seem Tobias Gregson is the 3rd man on the list. What is his name doing in a secret government communications as well? And the last name? What's the matter, Mr. Sato? It's just so strange. So unexpected.
Oh, what is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense.
The last name is J,
Wilson. Oh, shit. No! I knew it was Russia all along! Fuck! Son of a bitch!
What?
Wilson?
John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy?
It says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then, after 4 names, it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all 4. And that's the end of the message, or rather, the end of what you've noted down, Iris. I just can't believe it. I never thought that those discs contain Japanese Morse code. Not to mention a strange list of disturbingly familiar names. It would appear that this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan.
So, Daddy could be in Japan then?
Where Susie and Runo come from? Oh, well...
No, it's not very likely.
It's not very likely, really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson, and there must be a lot of J's among them. Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Umeå University. We can't tell Iris about that now. We just can't. That is so strange. Somehow, in solving the case of Mr. Windibanks' murder today, I feel like I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave. I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside. Oh dear, the ship is going to set sail soon. Yes, it seems so. I'll sail on that steamboat first of the steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change onto a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan.
You're really going then, Susie?
We wish you a safe passage, Miss Susato. Thank you so much, and I wish all of you for the very best. Miss Susato, I hope that you'd always stay at my side to guide me and support me. Mr. Naruhodo, please come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very... the fuck was that for? You really are the very best judicial assistant in the world. I'm quite sure I'll be back before you know it.
Really, Susie?
Oh, don't fret, Iris. I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill.
A promise?
About your manuscript.
Oh.
Oh yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles.
Well, I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise.
Definitely, Iris. Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes?
Do you remember the first time we met? Yes, of course. On the SS Buria, when I was dragged out from the wardrobe, still half asleep. If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with a Susato takedown. You know very well that I'm talking about after that. It's strange, being thrown together as we were in that case. I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy, Mr. Sato. And my instincts were right. I really want to believe, no, I'm sure that I'll be back soon. Farewell until then. I'm pretty sure we met at like the first case, but you know, whatever.
Enemy.
Shh. No speaking.
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least. Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey. Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead. Of course there will. But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around. After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
Yeah.
Wow.
Ring-a-ding. Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, Mr. Sholmes? I have some rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to sue over the special express train, apparently. Huh?
It caused such a commotion on the line, all the other trains had to wait at stations.
But really, we would have never made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything and how it was your fault. What? What? I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow, according to Miss Usato.
You love defending yourself in court.
Huh?
It's all right. I'm perfectly happy to testify. You really didn't look like the sort of man who'd do something so outrageous. See?
So much for the greatest friends. Mr. Sholmes? Yes? A word, if you don't mind. Why, certainly. Any word you like. Bellow it out, my dear fellow.
Oh, yes. I love Runo's words, and I know just the one he'll use here.
Objection. And then, I really must say...
Objection!
We've done it, fellows! Oh, shit! We've beaten the first game. There's still another game. Oh, cool, I can skip this. Do you want me to skip it? No, let's do it, because I want to know who did which. Actually, you know what? No, never mind. I don't care anymore. I've lost it. I really need to shit and piss. What is this? Mark Oda. Mark Oda? Mark? Skip this too. Sorry. I really want to call it a night. The Great Ace Attorney Adventures. Finn. Check DMs after you're done. Dude. Come on. Fucking finish. Please. Or I'm gonna finish. Oh, look at this art! Look at this art! Look at the art! Wait for the thing to go away. And take a picture. Yeah, there you go. I took a screenshot.
Look at the art, it's funny.
Well, we've done it. We beat the first game of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. We still have another game, so tomorrow we'll play more of that. Won't that be exciting? I can't wait for me to have a fucking heart attack because I'm sweating my ass off in here. Good grief. Alright, well, I'm gonna go piss and shit.
Thank you guys so much for coming by. Tomorrow we'll play more, and I will see you guys then. You guys have a good rest of your night. Fuck you, Matt. You smell. Will, I see you in chat. You fucking stink. And it's good to see you again. You're a bitch. Good night, everyone.